Okay, awesome. So how many people did we promote to the lieutenant positions? How many did we open up there? Two. Okay, so technically an additional 3 right there, kind of promoting from within, but then you backfill from that standpoint.
Exactly.
Chief, have we fully backfilled all positions now? So as you promote up, as you promoted to lieutenant, I'm assuming you backfilled those positions too?
We are still backfilling. We're too short. We're still trying to get we had one resign a couple weeks ago, so we're 2 positions down right now.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So looking at the vehicle replacement fund, so 200,000 of that is going for fund coverage. 200,000 of that we're projecting to immediately then go out, and that 200,000 is rolled into that 887K. Mayor Pro Tem, to your point, I'd like to understand as to what, because to Councilwoman Roby Robinson's point, I'm wondering if we have to still contribute that full 400K if we're pulling from the 887 to give Robbie some equipment. Do we need to still roll that 200K into vehicle replacement, or could we allocate that elsewhere?
I know it's 3 PD cars that are in there and a couple of the trucks, regular trucks for Robbie that we're replacing for next year.
Okay.
Yeah, the 3 vehicles in Public Works were the 2008 1-ton, the 2012 450, and a 2014 F-250. So that's 225 right there. And then the 3 patrol cars was 270 by the time you outfit them.
Okay, so about roughly, we'll just call it, just to make it easy for me, about 500,000.
Correct.
And so there's still $387,000 that we're saying is coming out. What would that be going towards?
Depreciation on the vehicles to begin with, that's about 200,000. And then we leave there some space for any accidents that might happen during the year where the cars need to be replaced.
So we're not pulling any money out of that 887 to cover Robbie's equipment that we're going to pull from the 4 million?
No, it's.
Okay. Because that's what I heard the answer was to the Mayor Pro Tem.
It's the bigger vehicles that are getting replaced. It's where's my list?
You're talking about out of the 10 million?
So whenever Mayor Pro Tem, and I might have misheard, and my apologies if I did, when he was talking about the $887,000 going out, the response I heard from Rosie was some of that is not going to have to necessarily go out because we're getting some heavy equipment for Robbie out of the 4 million. Mm-hmm. But what I'm hearing now is different, which is that's not the case.
We're getting some of the pickup trucks from the Fund 12 and 3 of the PD cars. What's coming out of the 10 million are the skid steer, the dump truck, the slope mower, the grapple truck, the street sweeper, zero-turn side-by-side UTV, and a 16-foot trailer, and then the path for Almost Heaven,
Okay.
walking path.
So the 887's all accounted for. When I say accounted for, it's all committed-ish.
Yes, because like I said,
Appreciation and some coverage, which I
Yeah.
understand that. Okay. So definitely, I'd like to understand a breakdown. I'd like to understand the month-over-month maintenance costs that we have on each of those vehicles. To see, to the councilwoman's points, to see if that, see how that lines up. So the $200,000 that we're reducing from our general fund to go to our debt service fund, what is that $200,000 going to go to now?
Right now, it's already allocated. As a matter of fact, I'm needing to find about $150,000 between the budgets to lower some of those line items, because after the benefit enrollment that we had quite a few employees go from the 50% to the 100%, and from no percent to 50%, and then some, since they were already at the 100%, they picked up coverage for their families.
Okay, so employees are getting an additional benefit there from that $200,000. I'd like to understand from the general fund what that additional $200,000 is going to go for, kind of similar to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, just a breakdown to understand that. For the utility fund, what's that additional $200,000 going to go towards?
Right now, I still have those $200,000 out without the distribution. I need to make sure that everything that Rob B needs for the utility department is covered.
Okay. All right, okay. Okay, so then administration, going through that one, we're saying that the proposed budget supported an increase in administration of $204,341, but actually it's going to show a reduction of $145,846 because we're moving some money to the legal department fund, liability insurance, which you mentioned 50,000 is the increase there, and marketing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So how much is the administrative budget increasing then? I guess it's,
The net of both of those, here, let me,
so it's increasing by 55,000, 60,000, 60, roughly 60?
about 200,000 between both of them. Yeah, it's closer to the first number, the 204, the original.
So the administration budget is still going to be increasing by 204,000?
Between both the legal and the administration, yes. Just the liability insurance, like I said, is 50%, 50,000. Then we have the marketing increase on some of the donations that we do during the year. And some line item increases just to make them whole.
Okay.
Legal, we put the 30,000 that we might potentially need.
Okay. So going here to the prosecuting attorney, we're saying that we're going to be paying our prosecuting attorney $54,000 more than what he's currently being paid? Is that what this is saying?
Actually, no, that is just to make the line whole because we're over budget again this year. If you recall, last year we did a mid-year adjustment because we were under on the prosecuting, so I had to come in front of you guys and request an additional funding for that. And the same thing's happening again this year. They're going to be over the budget by the end of the year, but their other line items are going to be able to cover that without having to.
So how much are we going to be paying our prosecuting attorney in this fiscal year budget?
We are estimating about $93,000.
Okay, at $93,000, are we getting 40 hours a week from our prosecuting attorney?
No,
How many hours a week are we getting from our prosecuting attorney?
6 to 8. Or sometimes some extra hours when they're doing research or.
Yeah, a lot of what they do is behind the scenes, so if they get emails or, yeah, the plea bargain requests, all of that, so they're not in the building during all that time. So if you'll go on to another one, let me look back at an old email where we had looked all that up when we were trying to get a prosecutor part-time last year. Let me look that information up for y'all.
That'd be great, because that to me is a full-time salary there, and that's the possibility of, and Bobby might be able to speak to that some, or our court to look at bringing that fully in-house instead of outsourcing that, because even still, if you're just working 10, 15 hours a week, that's a pretty nice payday. Okay, so Public Works, makes sense for me there, got that there. Just looking through this sheet here, EOC, code enforcement, animal control. Okay, so animal control, we're reducing the budget by $105,000 from the current fiscal year to the next fiscal year. Can you guys explain why that's the case?
We had overestimated what their costs were going to be, because since it was the first time that we actually had an animal control department.
Okay, so what is that $105,000 being reallocated towards? Because I would expect every time that we see a reduction down, it's being reallocated to something. So
To other departments.
So what is that $105,000 going towards?
The increases on the police expenditures, they alone increased $703,000, so.
Okay. So I see the police budget is increasing $703,000, as you just said, Rosie, for additional staff and utilities. How many additional staff is that covering?
That's just covering what they now have, including the 3 additional ones that we hired mid-year and the increases that we gave for the promotions.
I get that, but the proposed budget already accounted for that, at $444,000. We're saying that we're going to be increasing now for budget in progress by almost $300,000.
I had not included one of the open positions. I thought there was only one open position, but there was 2.
But that shouldn't be where we're increasing it, because that budget should be accounted in, correct? Or you're saying it was just left out, just kind of forgotten?
Completely, so yes. I thought there was just one opening, but it turns out that there was 2 openings, so I had to add that. Plus, also, now that we did the enrollment of the insurances, a lot of people picked up their
Okay.
employee, spouse, or children or family, both.
Okay. So I see here, still about 1.6, which would be pretty similar to what the original budget was presented. Now, where, kind of, I think Mayor Pro Tem said at last meeting, the phrase, the math ain't mathin' for me. If we found over the past 2 weeks an additional $2.2 million in the budget, what is that additional 2.2 going towards? I know we have about $1 million committed to equipment for Robbie, vehicles for Robbie. So that still leaves 1.2 million. If the budget presented is similar to the budget in progress, we still should have about an additional 1.2 out there.
Are you including the 1.6 that the budget is increasing by?
So you're saying this budget in progress is an additional 1.6.
From last year's budget to this year's budget, yes.
Correct, yeah, so that was originally accounted for. So when the budget was presented 2 weeks ago, we weren't accounting for the additional 400,000 from EDC. We weren't accounting for the 850,000 from the unused funds for this year. So that's 1.2 million right there.
And we're still not accounting for those 850,000 because we don't really have them until the end of the year and the beginning of the year. So I'm still not accounting for those 850,000.
Okay, so we're still not accounting for that. So then the 400,000, you'll give us a breakdown of what that is, and it seems like a good chunk of that is to additional benefits for existing employees.
Exactly.
Okay.
Actually, about 300,000 was that, and then the additional employee that I forgot.
Okay. I don't want to hog up too much more time. There's more questions that I have, but I think understanding some more of that, these comments here are good, and that's a start. I need to understand some of that broken down a little bit more just to process through it, but thank you for answering all my questions there, Rosie. Councilman Bonner, it looks like you're unmuted. Would you like to go next, sir?
Sorry.
Oh, no.
Now he's ready, now he turned himself off.
I didn't mean to be muted. I mean, I didn't mean to be on.
Okay. I'd like to open it up to council. Any comments or questions from anyone else? We'll go Mayor Pro Tem next.
Back to, just for clarification, the vehicle depreciation of 200,000, explain how that works. So we have a vehicle, and we know it depreciates over time. So what are we doing with that 200,000?
That's basically the devaluation of your vehicle. We buy a vehicle, we depreciate it for 5 or 6 years, depending on the type of vehicle it is. So every year, your vehicle loses so much value, so that's an expense that's going out.
Even though we've already bought it, we've paid for it in cash.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's bought and paid for.
You pay for it in cash, but like everything else, if you buy a vehicle, the moment you drive it out of the
Right.
it loses a third of its value. It's the same thing the depreciation does. We lose, except we divide it between 5 years and it goes out partially by year.
But yet we're setting money, basically, it's like we're setting money aside because of the depreciation.
Because it's an expense that will hit the books at the end of the year when the auditors come in.
Interesting.
The way I think about it, let me know if this is off, but it's basically like we're using depreciation to continue to set aside additional funds for the future to replace vehicles. Because this isn't technically money leaving our pockets.
No.
But we're setting it aside in the budget, so we're self-contributing.
You got to think of the vehicle fund as a small business. You bring in money, and yes, you buy vehicles, so the money went out there, but it doesn't go out 100%. It gets depreciated on a yearly basis. The value is included 100% in your assets, but then the depreciation offsets it little by little to the point where your car is no longer valued at the end of 5 or 6 years. And the 5 years is the standard across in the accounting industry, guided by the government for
Okay.
vehicles.
Unless I'm on the wrong page here. So do we know what our depreciation fund balance is?
You don't have a fund balance, it's an expense that goes out. Your vehicle's $100,000, and this year, 20,000 goes out on the depreciation, so now your vehicle net value is 80,000. And it continues to do that until it's zero. You still show in one line item the total value of it, but in another line item, you're accumulating the depreciation, which nets out to zero at one point or the other.
So as an expense next year, that $100,000 vehicle would be now $80,000?
Not as an expense, it would be just 20,000. The value of it on the books would go down to 80,000.
Isn't that an expense? Or what is it? If we're not
Well,
setting
that's where
aside money.
you're showing the 20,000. When you buy a vehicle, it goes directly into your assets at full value.
Okay, asset
100
instead of expense.
Instead of expense.
Now it's an $80,000 asset instead of $100,000.
And then every year you take out depreciation, making it less and less until it zeroes out. I'm sorry, I talk with my hands, as you all know.
It's difficult to follow.
And trust me, even some accountants have trouble following what the depreciation is.
Okay, that's all for that.
I was following the depreciation part, but then I guess where I'm getting lost, so if it was 100,000 this year and next year it's 80,000, so it's negative 20,000 of your asset. But are you also saying that we need to then put aside 200,000? So when, like, I'm not getting the 200, is it just
Okay.
in assets or is it like 200,000 coming out of the budget?
200,000 comes out of the general fund. I believe it's 80,000 from the utility per year, funds your vehicle fund. That's basically cash money that is in there for us to spend. When we spend it, instead of staying in cash, now it's a capital asset. So as the capital asset gets devaluated, you're expensing the depreciation, and then to move it to the balance sheet, it goes against the accumulated depreciation so that your net value of your capital assets go down little by little,
Okay.
with the exception of land.
And then the 200, so what are we spending it on? Is it just on vehicles or is it like multiple things?
It could be
that-
vehicles or it could be equipment, heavy equipment. This year, we're not doing equipment because most of it is going to come out of the 10 million.
So is the reason why nothing is currently in the fund because because it was all spent, or is it because it
We-
just wasn't funded?
It wasn't funded, that's part of it, and part of it has been spent. So it's an answer of both of them. And we do have a little bit of money in there, but not enough that if we had to replace more than 3 or 4 vehicles. And that's why you're supposed to fund it on a yearly basis. We haven't funded it for the last 2 years, yet we still replaced vehicles for the last 2 or 3 years. Because if you crash one, you got to replace it. Some of them that Chief has expired. Last year, I know we replaced 3, just budgeted, and then we had others that,
I know we
Or
need
crashed.
like the top, I mean, I'm no car expert, but I know like, because I know something's gonna depreciate as soon as I drive it off the lot, I may not buy a 2026, whatever the case may be, because I wanna go ahead and factor in that depreciation. So are we just buying like brand new,
yes.
but like, why, well, I'm just wondering, like, have we explored not buying brand new? Like, are there not options that, I mean, because even if it was 20,000 miles on a vehicle, that still takes down some of the,
Most of well, on the police side, and Chief, you can correct me, but most of your police cars are different than a regular car to begin with. So a civilian won't be able to buy a police car and return it after 20,000 miles. Now, most police departments that I know really wear out those cars because they're high mileage cars that they're running consistently. Even when they're parked at the site, just watching, they're still running the motor, they're still running the air conditioner in those vehicles.
but even when you buy the vehicle, you said you buy the vehicle and then you have to put another 45,000 in it for the equipment. So what's the difference between the base vehicle that is 55,000 and a regular standard vehicle? Then,
What you and I could buy,
Yeah,
and it's
I'm just-
basically the motor.
Well, you're looking at 2 different things. You're looking at what they call a civilian vehicle, and you're looking at what is called a police interceptor or a police vehicle, which they have upgraded suspensions, they have
Brakes.
bigger alternators, bigger brakes, radiators. They're designed and developed specifically for police use. Now, our administrative vehicles that we drive every day, the one I drive, the one the captains and the assistant chief drive, those are the civilian model vehicles. Our police vehicles are considered a fleet vehicle, which you look on the inside of them, they're the basic. They've got the vinyl flooring, they've got the vinyl seats, they've got, well, they're not vinyl seats, they're more cloth seats. Now, we don't do vinyl seats anymore. But they're the basic fleet vehicle. But the suspension and the motors, the radiators, the alternators are all designed specifically for police use. That's why they call them PPVs, police pursuit vehicles. You have different kinds of vehicles. You have, like, right now, we're exploring the Ford Explorers. We've purchased several of those now. The police Tahoes. You have, now you have the trucks now that Ford has come out with, which are called PPV, pursuit vehicles. They're specifically, the tires are rated for high speed, where your civilian vehicles are not rated for that. So they're a different vehicle than your standard civilian model.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Bonner, we'll go to you next.
At what point do we think we're going to get to where it's cheaper to lease than cheaper to buy? I mean, to me, we're getting there. And at some point, I'll just be on record, 1 year from now, next year's budget, I want to see a proposal at least that says, here's the cost. I thought we asked kind of that question last year, and everybody said that'd take a lot of study, and I still haven't seen the study. But at some point, we need to know, here's what it's going to cost to buy vehicles and maintain them and pay this depreciation that I don't know that you would have to do on a lease car.
You would.
Well, I don't know. Leases are different than sales, so at least there's bound to be a dollar difference.
We actually looked at that, and we actually called Enterprise Leasing in, and we had a long conversation with them about it. And the proposal was, and the way they broke it down to us, and the city manager was in on the conversation, he can correct me if I misspeak in any way, but the way they presented it, and I'm just going to use police vehicles, just the PPVs, as an example. To replace the vehicles, they proposed a 3-year program to replace a certain amount of vehicles each year. So in other words, we had 30 vehicles. We'll just use that as a number. We have 30 vehicles. We replaced 10 vehicles the first year. It cost us $250,000 to lease the vehicles. We replaced 10 more vehicles the second year. So now we got a 1-year vehicle and a new vehicle. $250,000 for these, $250,000 for these. Now we're at $500,000 for this year. The third year rolls around, we get 10 more vehicles to replace. So now we're looking at another $250,000 for these, $250,000 for these, $250,000 for these. So now we're at $750,000 a year for vehicles. And after that year, then they'll rotate these out. So 30 vehicles every 3 years will be $750,000.
So I'm not really thinking police vehicles because I see them as a whole different class.
Okay.
Okay?
I
I'm
was
talking about our regular vehicles, which there's, how many do we use that are non-police vehicles?
Actually, I have about 15 trucks,
That's 15 in Public Works.
something like that.
But there's other vehicles within
No.
the city
Just
too,
one,
right?
just one.
IT has one,
IT has
Development
its
Services
Explorer.
has one, that's it. And then, everything else is
Animal
public safety.
control.
Right, those are all
I guess-
public safety, yeah.
Animal control
Kind of a-
we could run them a little bit longer than the police
But I'm
vehicles.
just wondering if on those, I'm taking police out of the, same thing if we had EMS and fire truck, you can't lump that into the same program. There's too much cost difference. But I'm just wondering on our 15 to 20 vehicles, because a year from now, it may be 25 vehicles, you know? So I'd like to see at some point a proposal to look at those vehicles on the lease plan. And just see, if it comes back the same numbers, then I get it, and we'll quit talking about lease vehicles. But I at least want to have the data so that we can look at this, because vehicles are getting out of control. I don't know if anybody's figured out, but what the percentage is of our money going towards vehicles, but it's got to be one of the most expensive costs besides employees.
Well, you also have to look at it this way. Let's say like this year, we have a tight budget and we weren't able to buy any cars. We may do with what we have. But if you were on a lease, you'd have to come up with that payment or you lose all your vehicles. So that's a big until we're big enough,
I just want to see the number.
okay.
I just want to see
And I know
it.
we did some for Public Works also, and I didn't like it was something similar to what Chief was saying. So, because I did do one last year with Enterprise and some other company, I can't remember what the other company was. So I did look at the cost, and we were spending less in vehicles at that point than what the cost was going to be. And again, the years that we don't have money, we still have a vehicle. It might have a Band-Aid or two on it, but we still can convention. If you're on a lease, you have to come up with that money, or you lose your vehicles.
Okay. What's the inflation for the library?
That's just additional lease amount and other repairs that might be needed. So it's just the cost of doing business, just a little bit higher.
Okay.
Tammy, go ahead. You have some information for us?
Yeah, for the library, our lease is fixing to come up, so I'm working with Mr. Yang on that. However, typically the lease is a 5% increase each year, and he usually does a 2 to 3 year lease with the city.
Okay.
And then, of course, we split, some of the repairs are split, and the maintenance, the cleaning, some of the janitorial supplies, spraying for bugs, stuff like that, the city covers all that stuff.
Okay. I noticed in one of the lines, and I'm sorry, I've been sitting here trying since I finally got online looking for it. We talked about, and it was a zero line item that I was wondering about. Several places within the departments. If you go in and we look, I find where we had a budget line, we used zero funds. The next year, we stayed with that. We had zero funds expended, and we keep continuing to stay with that. So let's just take an example. Let me find one of them. I'm trying to figure out at the end of the year what's done with those funds, when it seems like every year we have that.
Those are the $850,000 that we're talking about that will get rolled into the fund balance.
So none of it stays within that department
No.
except for parks stays within its, in other words, if we put money in a parks, so it has to stay there, right?
In the fund for the parks, yes. What we're creating now is a department within the general fund for everyday maintenance, everyday.
What's the other, there's one more that it stays,
The vehicle fund is one of them. The debt service is the other one.
debt service.
The vehicle,
Utilities.
the utility fund is their own fund.
Okay.
And then the different court ones that are specified by law that you have to keep, the 60s for the most part, Fund
Okay.
61, 60.
I saw the mud replacement reimbursement for 350. I'm assuming that you don't, that's on a schedule. You know when those are gonna, like, we knew this was gonna be, 350 was gonna be due this coming up year.
That is based on a contract that we're supposed to give 3 payments to the MUD. And this is the first year, and that's going to be $350,000.
Okay, but this is only one of the MUDs.
Exactly.
This doesn't, so next year there may be another one that's on the schedule to pay.
They are, most of your payment agreements are in Fund 30.
Okay.
And you'll see it under here, let me pick the fund, debt service. And I know which one, again, which MUDs get some reimbursement. So, for example, I'll go in there and I'll print out their property values and I'll calculate what it's supposed to be. And unless they give me an updated value, I go by that. And the expenses under the property tax rebates, those are your MUD reimbursements,
Okay, and that reimbursement will come from
the debt service.
debt service. Okay. I wanted to try and understand under expenses, looks like it's on page 26 of my printout. Department 10. I'm trying to understand all of those numbers right there.
Which one?
It's under expense, Department 10, administrative expenditures, 60-10-5678,
Oh,
and,
Fund 60?
yes, ma'am.
Fund 60, along with 61, 62, and 63, well, Fund 60 is your motel fund, hotel motel fund. That's the one that we're going to do the Fall Festival from. And any signs or anything that we decide to spend from there.
Okay, so right now in Fund 60, we're showing total activity 2024, 2025, expense total 116,000.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what that was for?
What number is that? 60-1?
10-5678. It's like page 25 of this.
I got it up here.
Okay, my computer's having technical issues. I got an abnormal event.
Oh, and maybe I think what it is, it looks like you've got holiday and special events, 37,005, advertising and promotion, 79, and that's where you get the 116,817 from. Okay. So then you've got below that, hotel motel tax fund surplus deficit, 439,000.
That is correct.
That's what's currently in the hot tax fund?
No, that is what's going to go into the end of the year to the fund balance for the hot tax. And I can't tell you how much the balance is right now because that's the software that I received the error in.
So we get tax from the hotels. And it looks like currently total activity, we've gotten $439,000. Is that this year?
No, we've received 58,000 in hotel taxes, and then interest income, 12,000, and then we transferred in from the fund balance 485,000 because we were planning on the festival. We just didn't know if it was going to fall in September or October, so we were planning on it for this year. It turns out it's going to be next year.
Thought that was 150,000. I thought it was 150
Plus the parking lot.
It is.
parking lot. Sorry.
So we're basically rolling it over till next year.
And that's why you're saying instead of leaving it right here within next year's budget, you're going to roll it back into the general fund until it's
Not the general fund, the
mean,
hotel fund.
the hotel fund.
The hotel motel general fund, if you will. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
So in that hotel motel general fund, there's how much money?
I can't tell you because I can't look at my accounts. My system froze.
Well, based on this, am I right, 439,503?
It'll go in there, yes,
That's
approximately.
the bottom number down
That's
there at the bottom.
approximately. It could be more.
Okay. And we pretty much grow this, it looks like around, let's take an average, $60,000 per year for the last 3 years.
Last year, 23-24 was at 90,000, actually.
But the year before was 45 and the other one was
That was the budget.
58.
The 45,000 was the budget.
I see. So you budgeted 90, you brought in double.
We budgeted 45 and we brought in 90.
So unless we get another hotel, we can pretty much
Stays the
stay
same.
the same. So I'm just trying to figure out how much is that growing per year. Okay.
Some of them come in in October for September, so that number will increase.
Grant revenues. I noticed on here, and this is Department 7.
Excuse me.
50.
What page, I'm sorry?
It's my page 23 of the printout.
23 of your printout. Oh, that's the capital assets. The capital
So-
projects.
Can you explain what the 2.4 million is?
That is money that we use from the ARPA fund.
I'm sorry?
The ARPA fund, from the COVID money
Okay.
that we had on deferred revenue, and we finally used it this year.
Okay, so then other income, $100,000. What is that from?
Right now, it was budgeted. We have not received any other income. We were hoping for grants.
Okay. So,
And other stuff.
so so every year we put in that we hope to get $100,000 in grants specifically for, in this case,
Not every year, it's other income. It could come in from donations, it could come in from the general fund, it can come in from any other fund to fund your capital projects.
right, but I'm just
Sometimes the
saying,
county
the last 2 years, you're using $100,000 as a,
metrics, yes.
as a wish,
Yeah.
a plan. And that can be used for
Capital projects.
only capital projects? Okay. So if we had other grants in other departments, there would be a line item for those. Say
There
we
would be
got
the-
a parks grant,
In a parks grant, that would probably be in the general fund as grant revenue.
but it would be earmarked for
Especially
within that.
for- yes.
So any grant that we get is earmarked for what we got the grant for.
Exactly.
And placed into the general fund.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then when the grant gets audited, which it normally does, I have to show specifically that it was used for what the purpose was.
Okay. One last question, and I'll quit hogging time. So recently, we lost the person that's was set up under Public Works to work in kind of parks, doing the mowing and stuff. So there's still a salary position within that department. Are we planning to replace that person
Yes, we are.
to do the same job?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because I feel strongly that that person doesn't need to be someone that doesn't know about parks and plants, and we spend too much money at Croy Park to not have somebody knowing exactly what they're doing and keeping what we have established. So I want to make sure that
And you will see it in the Parks Department once we finish creating it. Currently, it's just halfway there. I moved the labor there. I still
Yeah.
need to look for the other expenses, for example, fuel, if they get issued a cell phone or radio.
and that's
things
what
like
this 72,922.
That is basically labor and fringes right now.
labor in,
Fringes. The
Benefit?
insurances, your.
Benefits?
Yeah, their benefits.
okay, all right. So right now in parks, you just have personnel monies accounted for. We don't have any money set aside to
Not yet.
actually do something.
We just separated them based on a meeting we had Thursday? Or what day, Thursday, so I haven't had a chance to sit there with the department heads to tell me how much they need to move
Couldn't
the other line
that,
items.
couldn't that, could the $4 million that we found for the bond cover anything? Was there any equipment that was going to be used for doing that in Robbie's equipment?
I think it was the flatbed, the
It was
trailer.
the side-by-side and the 16-foot trailer.
So is that one of the items you earmarked to purchase with those funds?
With the 10 million, yes,
It is already earmarked.
yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bonner. Council, we are almost at time here. We do have an agenda item at the end of our agenda that we can continue the discussion. I know we have other council members that haven't had a chance to ask questions or make comments yet. So I'll propose that we continue the discussion then, take a 5-minute recess just to recap some of the items. We do have a budget that's in progress. Dan, when do we expect to get, is the agenda, the budget in the agenda packet, is that reflect the in-progress numbers? No.
No, sir. That's still the August 1st numbers,
Okay.
just so that we're not changing things. So it's still the same preliminary proposed budget for now. Yes, sir.
Okay. When can we expect to receive an updated budget reflecting the conversations and reallocations that have happened over the past 2 weeks?
Sure. I think what would be really great tonight if we get the thumbs up, like we've been doing on which tax rate we're going to, I know that's 2 weeks away, but kind of know we've gotten creative as far as finding a way to do some of the equipment. If we do it from the 10 million, we got to talk about that. Rolling over funds that look like they're going to be left over, MEDC's contribution. So we're being creative with that, but still, do you want to keep your foot on the gas with a 58 or a 57, or do you want to? Are you going to go to, stay consistent with the 56? So if we can get some semblance of that, that'll really help us out to where your next budget that you're actually going to, because that's significant, right? I mean, those are almost $400,000 worth of things that are there or not.
Absolutely. So we can make sure to give you that thumbs up when we get to the agenda item. And then at that point, let us know when we would get the updated budget, so that way we can analyze those numbers, and let's make sure to include some of these explanation of the expenses so we can understand what that picture is. For example, like we've talked about it, gas and fuel is increasing. Well, why is that increasing? Is that because we're driving more miles? Gas is 25 cents cheaper per gallon this year than last year. So, getting some of, kind of how we do that city manager letter at the beginning, understanding that expense side. What I've heard is also getting a breakdown of where some of this money's going. Councilman Lands asked about the 887. We talked about the 400,000. Once we know that 850, where that's going from this year's budget. And then also, just as a recap, Councilman Bonner brought up the lease analysis, not for this year's budget, but looking at next year's budget. I also want to make sure when we get to the agenda item, Councilman Bonner and Mayor Pro Tem Lands, to y'all's item, you guys wanted to discuss an efficiency audit, and we'll make sure to discuss that when we get to the agenda item. So you both requested that. With that, council, let's take a 2 to 3 minute recess, and then we'll reconvene for the regular agenda. How's that sound? All right, thanks everyone. Good evening, everyone. We will officially call this city council meeting to order, the regular session at 6:07 p.m. after a fun-packed workshop. We have 7 of 7 members present, and we will start off with our invocation tonight, which is going to be led by Pastor Lilo from the church on Masters Road. Pastor, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you for all that you do for the community as well. Next, we have the inspirational reading by Councilmember Bonner. Councilman?
I'd like kudos because I actually remembered it this time. But a little statement that I read, and I'd like to read it again because I think it means so much. Success means we go to sleep at night knowing that our talents and our abilities were used in a way that served others. And I think that's very important in not only council, but in every person's life. You should strive to be a servant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We will now say the pledges. If you can, please stand and join me. First, the pledge to the U.S. flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. Next, we have our presentation for tonight. This is a proclamation recognizing National Preparedness Month for September 2025. I will read this off, and then we will have our Emergency Management Coordinator, Ms. Jamie, come forward and say a few words about the month. Jamie, if you want to come forward as I read this off. It says, whereas National Preparedness Month is a nationwide coordinated effort held each September to encourage citizens to take steps to prepare for emergencies in their homes, businesses, and schools. And whereas the City of Manvel considers the safety and security of its citizens to be its most profound duty. And whereas during National Preparedness Month, city staff recommits to preparing for disasters, both natural and man-made, especially the extreme weather events that we face with increasing frequency and ferocity. And whereas all citizens have a responsibility and role to play in their contributions to their own safety and security as a part of a larger effort of the community to prevent, respond to, and recover from emergencies and disasters as a part of a broader campaign of national preparedness. And whereas the City of Manvel citizen preparedness activities are ongoing through the City of Manvel, are supported by a wide range of state initiatives, including National Incident Management Systems, NIMS training, and ongoing social media campaigns focused on crime, health, and safety. And whereas the combined activities of local, state, and federal agencies working in partnership with an informed and ready private sector the fear of unexpected emergencies and disasters into proactive preparedness that protects the lives, safety, and security of our citizens. Now, therefore, I, Dan Davis, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Manvel, on behalf of the citizens of Manvel, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2025 as National Preparedness Month in the City of Manvel, and call upon the citizens to observe this month by participating in emergency preparedness activities in their homes, businesses, and schools. So, Jamie, thank you for being here tonight. I know you've been working very hard and doing a lot of trainings and meetings. So can you talk to us a little bit about this month?
Yes, sir.
If you could unmute yourself, Jamie. There
Is
you
that
go.
the mute?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. I just want to say thank you, Mayor and Council. Preparedness Month is one of the few months that's really personal to me. And the reason why is years ago, my family and I had to evacuate. It was the middle of the night. My home was flooding. During that time, I remembered to make sure that my dogs had all their beds and anything that they would need to possibly be comfortable. My husband and I grabbed one uniform apiece, and then I grabbed a bag thinking that was the rest of our equipment. As we go out through wading through chest-high water, I hand the bag up to the gentleman in the deuce that's rescuing us and realize that I had grabbed a bag of trash. At that point, my husband and I had one uniform apiece and one pair of boots. My husband is a firefighter. I was working EMS at that time. So out of everything in our flooded house, my dogs were very well prepared, but I was not. So that is one reason I ask for everybody to show how much preparedness is important. That experience has stayed with me. It taught me that when disaster comes, there's no time to think through every decision. The choices you make in those first few minutes depend on how prepared you were the day before. That's why Preparedness Month matters. It's about more than stocking supplies. It's about giving your family peace of mind, knowing that when the unexpected happens, you already have a plan. In emergency management, we are working to make sure no one faces this alone. Preparedness is something we do together, looking out not just for our own families, but also for our neighbors, our senior citizens, and those who may need extra help. So this month, I encourage you to take time to get ready. Make a plan, build a kit, and talk to your loved ones. Because when the waters rise, or the wind blows, or the lights go out, it won't just be about what you grab on your way out the door, and hopefully it's not a black trash bag full of trash. It will be about the preparedness you did long before. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. We appreciate all that you do. I know that you and I have had trainings. You've been having trainings with the team here at City Hall, coordinating and communicating and working with our local nonprofits, churches, communities, key stakeholders, making sure that we're prepared. So thank you for all that you do, and we hope that nothing ever happens, but you have to be prepared for when it does. So thank you. All right, next we will go on to the public comment portion. Tammy, I think we might have some public comments here. All right, the first public comment that we have is from Mr. Donald Atkinson. Donald, thank you for being here as always. You know the routine, but please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes, sir. Nice haircut, by the way.
Donald Atkinson, 7425 Jordan Road. I'm just wondering who is inspecting behind Centerpoint or their contractors that's putting the underground electrical down Jordan, because the drainage is not working. I've got water standing in my ditch now since they've started. Even when it hasn't rained, there's still water. You can look through the ditch between mine and several of the neighbors. The culvert is up higher than what the bottom of the ditch is. They added a pipe down the side, filled it in with dirt, so therefore it's not as wide as it was, and it scares me especially with the season we're in and stuff, because when Harvey come through, we was within 6 inches of flooding. I guarantee you if we was to have the same thing right now, I would have a foot of water in my house. So we need to know who's going behind them, inspecting, who's setting the grade or something, because them out there doing it with a backhoe, they ain't setting no grade. They pushes dirt in, they scoop more dirt out again this past weekend, and like I said, it's still, and there's several spots to where they've tore up the road with the track. Something that really needs to be inspected when they're done with this. I don't know when that's going to be. They've come from the power station to 1128 right now is where it looks. I don't know when they're going the other side, what all they're really doing. I don't know that part, but we'd appreciate it if someone would look in and get behind it so we don't have drainage issues with a bad flood. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Donald. I saw our city manager taking notes there, and we'll make sure to follow up with you and Mary Ann. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Next, we have Ms. Cynthia Cortinas. Ms. Cynthia, if you could please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for being here tonight.
2 mandates that impounded animals be provided adequate food and water. This requirement was met. The animal was housed in a clean kennel and provided with food and water upon intake on the animal welfare. The investigation found no evidence of cruelty or inhumane treatment towards the French bulldog or the other animals in the shelter's care at that time. The word care is extra large for a reason, because it's very important. The chief said Health and Safety Code 821-002 says care consists of adequate food and water, and because the French bulldogs were given food and water, the care requirement was met. What you were told at best is wrong, and here's why. The text of 821-002 does not include the word care. Yes, it does require food and water, but merely providing food and water does not satisfy the law you were told about that does require care. The undisclosed law is Penal Code Section 42-092, cited below. States that Section 42.092 A7 and B3, a person commits an offense if the person intentionally, knowingly, recklessly fails unreasonably to provide necessary food, water, care, or shelter to the extent required to maintain the animal in a good state of good health for an animal in the person's custody. Section 42.092A3 and B5, a person commits an offense if the person intentionally, knowing, recklessly confines an animal in a cruel manner. Cruel manner includes a manner that causes or permits unjustified or unwarranted pain and suffering. In this law, care is an additional requirement beyond food and water, and the amount of care that is required is whatever is necessary to maintain a confined animal in a good state of health. The French bulldog died while under confinement in a clean PD kennel with adequate food and water. Why were you not told about this law? And why was an irrelevant law cited to you instead, along with misleading and wrong statement that the care requirement was met?
Ms. Cynthia, you're at your 3-minute mark, so I'll need you to wrap this up.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, perfect timing. Thank you so much, ma'am. Appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Ms. Cindy Guire. Ms. Cindy, if you could come forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for being here tonight.
Good evening. If you've been on social media this weekend, you noticed that I made a post about the little terrier that had the broken back, which was very sad. In response to that post, there was a post by Mayor Davis that I'd like to read to you. I'm aware of the specific animal you're referencing, and you are correct, this occurred around the same time we were making significant changes to animal control. Since then, animal control has been fully restructured, policies have been updated, training has taken place to ensure stronger standards of care, additional additions have been implemented, and I requested that we bring in third party to holistically review animal control and identify further areas for improvement. We will continue to evaluate and make changes as needed, and I encourage the community to be a part of that process by working alongside us to build a stronger animal control program. If anyone is seeking additional information or clarification, the best way to get accurate answers is by reaching out directly to our city manager or our police chief. I encourage the community to be a part of that process by working alongside us to build a stronger animal control program. I'm here. I and several others are ready to volunteer to work with you and animal control right now. Why is there an urgency to this? There are continuous problems that are even going on now. It may get better, it may get worse. No one knows. Maybe with the help from the community, as you suggested, we can make steps to make things better sooner than later with no added expense to the city. Let's do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cindy. Appreciate your comments, and thank you for being here tonight. That wraps up our public comments. Tammy, do we have any more? No? Okay. We will now move on to the city manager update. Manager Dan, what do you have for us tonight?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just a couple of updates. I want to remind you this Wednesday is our budget and TxDOT town hall. So be in this room starting at 4 p.m. So we're really excited. I don't think we've done this before with TxDOT. If we have, it's been a very, very long time. So our area folks are going to come in and just kind of give an update on what's going on in all things TxDOT, and then be there, I guess, to answer questions. I think we're trying to get the questions ahead of time, if at all possible. And then right after that, we'll go into our annual budget town hall. And again, obviously at a very much higher level to present to the citizenry. But I think Tammy posted possible quorum, so y'all can be here. Just don't talk about budgets. So the second one is the State of the City. That's going to be Wednesday, November 5th at New Hope Church. We're really excited about that. It'll be the first time that I know of that we've had it there. November 5th, yes, sir. Wednesday, November 5th. Of course, the Manvel Fall Music Festival, that is still on schedule for October 18th out at Croy Park. We did get the county approval last week, and we're hoping to get the Drainage District approval on September 2nd. So things are still moving forward with that. And then also a reminder that coming up Monday, September 1st, will be Labor Day. So the council meeting that would normally be the first Monday will be on September 2nd. And then Tammy's got something, and I think I'll hand it off to her first.
So real quick, just want to give you all a heads up. We do have a board opening that's going to be on our Building and Standards Board. In the past, typically this board is a specialty type board. This is a board that meets sometimes, not at all during a year. I think we've had maybe 4 meetings in the 20 years I've been with the city. One of the gentlemen had to drop off. The board's made up of fire marshal, code enforcement staff, building construction type people. This board has powers to take dilapidated buildings down, stuff like that. What I wanted to know is the one I've got is an architect. He'd be a great fit. It's not a board we advertised on social media for. It's one that was on our website. But I just wanted to make sure before we bring him forward, if anyone had heartburn, not asking for any action tonight, but if you have heartburn, maybe shake your head that you want me to advertise it on social media before we bring this gentleman's application to y'all. No head shakes?
And then the last one is, are you under duress? On the consent agenda you've got coming up here in just a moment, obviously 3 really big projects: the Manvel Police Station, the elevated storage tank, and the McCoy Masters utility extensions. So we're running those through the same schedule that we do any other project, whether it be an HEB or a new donut shop or whatever else. We're going through the same infrastructure improvements. So those are straightforward. But that number 5, the opioid litigation, I don't know if Tammy or Bobby, if y'all could just give them a quick update on what that actually is.
Well, it's been pretty well publicized, but not everybody knows that there have been a lot of class action lawsuits involving opioids, and there have been large settlements with the big pharma companies. The state of Texas was one of the litigants and has obtained, some settlements that cities can participate in, and we have done what we need to be participant in those settlements, but there's some specific requirements involving some of these big pharma, and we've received, anywhere from a couple $100s in each one of these to maybe a couple thousand. So it's not a whole lot of money, but it is something that we do want to participate in. And there's a new one that's come in involving Purdue and Sackler family direct settlement. All this does is approves us to get in on this particular settlement. We don't know how much yet because it's going to be, largely dependent on how many people want to sign up to participate in this settlement. But we do need council's approval on this so we can submit the paperwork.
Great. Thank you, the 3 of you, for that update. Next, we have the consent agenda. Council, any comments or questions regarding the consent agenda? Just maybe more so a comment. I believe last time that we were participated in an opioid settlement, we were able to get some Narcan for our police department. And we would, once we know if we get awarded money from the settlement, then we'd be able to figure out what to do at that point.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, council, do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion from Councilman Bonner.
I'll second it.
We got a second from Councilman Oplager. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Thank you, staff, for all your work on that. What, council, I'd like to do, because we do have some special guests here for two different agenda items, I'd like to first move up agenda item number 9 and then follow after that agenda item number 5. Are you guys good with that? Okay, so Tammy, you're on deck here for agenda item number 9. This is consideration of possible action to direct staff on the Keep Manvel Beautiful funds gifted to the city in 2023. Tammy, we'll have you present, and then we have a special guest here to speak a little bit on it as well.
So back in 2020, actually, it was 2022, I think. I got my year wrong. The Keep Manvel Beautiful board had stopped years ago, and Jackie Silva had found that they had some dollars left in the bank account. So when they closed that account, she brought the funds to Mayor Davis and gave them to the city. Now we have some interest in that board starting back up. However, when they canceled it, they let their 501c go. So to file the paperwork and start that process back up is going to entail some costs associated with it. So the request tonight would be for council to direct staff to, if they're willing, let us give those dollars to the organization so that they can get that started back up tonight.
Thank you, Tammy. I believe the dollar amount was $800 some odd dollars.
837 something like that.
All right, so I want to invite my beautiful wife forward now with the kiddos. They've had this passion in their heart to keep Manvel Beautiful back started. So we'll let you guys speak to a little bit here of what the vision is for the organization and what you would use this money for.
Hi, yes, so we recently, my son and I were traveling somewhere and we noticed there was a lot of trash, and we talked about, oh, wouldn't it be so nice if we had something like that near us that we could do, and also geared towards kids. And so my son was like, oh, I'd love to do that. You know, I'd love to help be the, I guess what you'd say, the president of it, and be able to lead and bring other kids into the same passion that he has. And then, of course, my daughter was like, well, I want to be treasurer and do all those things and learn about it. So as of right now, I have multiple children that we're friends with that are very interested and excited. We've already had about 3 or 4 meetings with the kids. They've also made Zoom calls and voted on times to get on the Zoom calls. They've shared many, many ideas that I can't seem to keep up with, as well as we've spoken with Dan, his cousin, who leads a whole sustainability environmental group at her college. We also, us 3, attended Keep Alvin Beautiful meeting. I've also spoken with, I cannot remember her last name. Who is it? Cindy Buchwald, yes, who has been helping me. We had a lengthy meeting. I've also thankfully spoken with Bobby and Tammy, so thank you all for your patience with me and asking lots of questions about things I'm not 100% about. So all that to say, we're looking to get this started back up and hopefully get some interest from the community, whether that be adult, but specifically also as kind of looking at focusing on the juniors right now, and hopefully adults will follow along into that. And in regards to maybe just giving you all an example of what an event or two would look like would be, of course, like your regular cleanup, but aside from that, also doing like sustainability days, maybe being involved in a nonprofit day where we can bring a table, do some sustainability crafts. Also, we discussed even setting up at the farmer's market, and we also talked about doing a textile drive from also meeting with Keep Pearland Beautiful and doing like some type of, Caleb had suggested doing some type of where we grab all the materials and make like a Keep Manvel Beautiful sign that could be hung up here in City Hall to show the work of the juniors as well. So anyway, that is pretty much what we're hoping for, and we figured if the money was allocated to that, maybe it could be used for this. So we appreciate y'all taking your time and hearing us out about this. So
Thank you
all
so
very
much. Council, any comments or questions for Keep Manvel Beautiful?
Once the money is, if the money's voted to give to the deal, is that when you would form the 501?
Yes, so we currently have all the articles, bylaws, and we'll review those. And then we just need to get the tax ID reinstated. And I have someone who's going to be, she's more familiar with that, so she'll go ahead and reinstate that and pay that out. But it is less than the amount that was stated by Tammy.
I think it's a great idea. I've been involved in Keep Pearland Beautiful in the past. The Lions Club I'm in, we have a section of road that's dedicated to us. I'd love to see that happen here.
Yeah.
Where organizations, groups can get a section that they clean once a quarter.
Right.
And you get a sign that says, this group is doing that. I think it's great that you're involving the kids. I think they're the cornerstone of going further. I'm all for this, and if it passes, I'd like to be the first one to make a contribution of $100 to the Pearland Beautiful.
Thank you. And any ideas you have would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or questions? Councilwoman?
I'm just proud of y'all stepping up, and clearly service runs in the family there. But I've heard Big Dan, talk about, well, Big Dan's your dad. Never mind. Mayor
Little
Dan.
Dan, yeah.
Little Dan. Sorry. Talk about how passionate the kiddos are about doing this. And I love that. The thing that I picked up on is reinstating the tax ID, because otherwise it's expensive. And I don't know that the $800 would cover a new formation of a 501c3. Right. So that's awesome. So
Yeah, last I was informed it was $550 to reinstate it.
definitely. Well, we'll be making a contribution because you guys have always supported Abby's Shoe Foundation. So we'll look at ways to partner and see what we can do together. Love it.
Great. Thank you.
Congrats, guys.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments or questions, Council? All right, well, proud of you guys. Thank you for being here. Council, do we have a motion for this agenda item?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the Keep Manvel Beautiful. Gifts.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Oplager. We have a second from Councilman Rossi Knox. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Congratulations,
Thank
guys. We're
y'all.
excited for y'all.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Knox. Garrett was a big help as well, getting me connected with people, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Garrett. And also, Tammy, Bobby, Rosie, thank you guys for your work. I know you had to do some digging to find when this money came in, where it went to see if we had spent it or not, and that we were thankfully able to find it. So appreciate everyone's work. All right.
Are we allowed to go?
Yes, you can leave.
Thank you so much.
All right. Council, we also discussed moving up agenda item number 5. This is consideration and possible action to approve Resolution 2025-R-31. I'll introduce this item. We'll let Dan speak a little bit to it as well as one of our floodplain administrators. Then we also have Galveston County Commissioner Hank Doogie here that can speak to it a little bit more in depth and be available for questions. Commissioner Doogie and I recently had breakfast, and he brought up this initiative that they've been working on for a few years now and coordinating across multiple counties, multiple cities, gaining support for a feasibility study to identify ways to improve and mitigate the flooding and drainage in our area. And so, Dan, can you speak a little bit to your understanding of the efforts here, why this is in front of us as Manvel, and then Commissioner, we'll let you have the floor.
Sure. When we think about our floodplains, most of the time we're thinking of Chocolate Bayou and Mustang Bayou, but there is a section on the far east side of town that actually does ultimately go to the Clear Creek watershed. And so I think that's how we got sort of included into this. Whenever you're going to study a watershed, you want to study the entire thing from top to bottom. So I think that's exactly how we got involved in here. When I worked in Friendswood, very familiar with Clear Creek and Cowards Creek and Chigger Creek and Mary's Creek, and so those are the 4 big ones. And I guess we dump into Chigger Creek, I guess, right? Yeah. So thank you for being here tonight.
Absolutely, thank you. And I don't know which one of you is Big Dan or Little Dan, but it's an honor to be here in front of both of you.
I'll say he's taller. We'll go with that.
Mayor and council, thank you for allowing me to come and speak to you tonight. That's a tough act to follow, the mayor's wife. But I'll try my best. So we've been working on this since Hurricane Harvey. We do our best as local governments to improve our local ditches, storm sewer system. When we have a little bit of extra money, we try to contribute to the regional program and get the water out of our channels. But a lot of times the money that we have locally is just enough to do the neighborhoods and the stuff interior to our city limits. So this program is a truly regional program across 19 cities and 4 counties: Galveston County, Harris County, Fort Bend County, Brazoria County. Manvel, I believe, is just under 1% of the Clear Creek watershed and around 2% of the Dickinson Bayou watershed. So you're maybe a small component of the overall watershed, but still, when we have our main channels overfill their banks and back up, it affects your communities. We've got Army Corps approval to move forward with this, which is a big deal. If you want to receive federal funding to the magnitude that we need to be successful, you have to have Army Corps approval. So this is going to look at some major projects to bypass the main channels of Clear Creek and Dickinson Bayou and take the water directly out to the bay. So the engineers will come up with a whole host of projects they believe will improve, flood mitigation. We told them originally, we don't want to improve it by a few inches. We want several feet of relief. So we're aiming for 4 feet of water elevation decrease, which if we were able to achieve that, we would be about 98% of the homes that flooded during Harvey saved. So this is big thinking, working on it together regionally. We've engaged our congressional delegation as well as our state representatives and senators. They're supportive of it. And this resolution on your agenda tonight is just a way that we can show, hey, look, we're all in this together. We're all supportive. We're pushing forward on providing, real solutions to our flooding. So I'm happy to answer any questions, go into any specifics, but I'd appreciate your support.
Well, Commissioner, thank you for being here tonight. I know you and your wife have a young one at home, so taking time out of your evening to be here is much appreciated, and for the work that you and the entire team have been doing on this project over the years, it's much needed. Council, I'll open it up to any comments or questions from you regarding this resolution. Hearing none, I will make a motion to,
Just
Councilman.
one question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Is there any monetary commitment that each entity's
Yeah, so there's,
required?
it is a $3 million study with $2 million of environmental work anticipated. Out of our 23 partners within the watersheds, there's a handful of them that have kind of already committed to providing whatever needs to be provided to get the study done. I'm asking all the cities and counties within the watersheds if you have the ability to contribute some amount. That way we can say, these are all funding partners. I know it's budget season for you right now, and it sounds like things are tight. So that's not, the priority is getting your support through this resolution. But if you're able to contribute funding, we'll take it. But it won't, the study is going to move forward whether we get funding from all the cities or not. League City, Galveston County, Friendswood, Harris County Flood Control District, Galveston County Consolidated Drainage District have all committed funding. The City of Dickinson's committed funding to a little bit lesser amount. I've been speaking with some of the commissioners in Brazoria County, so largely we've got the funding taken care of, but if you could contribute, even a couple $1,000, that would help just with the narrative of, all 23 people or all 23 entities contributed, but that's not on the agenda tonight, and if you think it's a good idea, y'all can add it at a meeting later. If not, then we'll be happy with the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Can you clarify what you mean by involvement with the Army Corps of Engineers? I didn't really quite catch that, and that's been something that we've been talking about with our drainage situation here in Manvel.
Right.
As a possibility. So can you elaborate so I understand that?
Yeah, so the Army Corps of Engineers is kind of the federal group in charge of waterways throughout the country. So if you want congressional funding, typically it's got to go through the Army Corps program. So their engineers will work hand in hand. They will either run a project completely on their own and do the engineering, although they have some staff capacity issues, or they'll partner with you doing the study on your own, but then providing technical assistance, which is what they'll do here. And at the end of it, it'll be blessed by them saying, yes, we've gone through this whole project. It looks like it's worthwhile. So Congress, it puts it kind of in a higher standing for Congress to provide funding. We anticipate at a minimum, we'll need hundreds of millions of dollars to do the actual projects. At the high end, maybe a couple $1 billion. But we'll save tens of billions by preventing flooding. So we're going to pay for it one way or another. It's just a matter of kind of getting the right people at the table. So The Army Corps is the entity through the federal government that looks at all the waterways in the country.
So what we're saying is that they're on board with this study.
Right.
So that everybody can get together, look at the study, and then make a plan of action in the future that they will be involved with. And hopefully that will get us to funding with federal dollars.
Absolutely. So this
Probably
yes.
20 years from now.
Well, so I'm glad you asked that. We're looking at having a funding request available in 2027.
Okay.
When engineering and construction and all that stuff takes place, maybe is longer. But we're hoping to have something ready by 2027 to present to them and say, hey, we're going to need in the ballpark of this number of dollars in order to save this many homes, this many lives, this much property value. So our goal is to have something ready by 2027. The complete study should be 24 to 36 months. So we're in 2025 now, which is hard to believe. So by 2028, we should have this study completely finished.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilman?
So the 4 foot that you're proposing to take away from existing water level, how does that affect existing flood plans?
Yeah, so that would be a better question for engineers.
But I mean, is it a possibility that we have some places that might be in a flood zone that could possibly come out of one? I'm sure FEMA would have to do another study.
Yeah. So that's part of the whole purpose of this. We have, when I say this project, this series of projects would cost us maybe a few $2 billion, it sounds like a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have a Harvey event, you spend $30 billion on recovery, and then your drainage standards have to increase, so you have all the increased development costs. Your insurance costs go through the roof.
Well, that's what I'm looking at
So
here.
the idea is there are so many benefits that you could realize, us as taxpayers and local governments, if you were just to fix it the right way the first time.
Right.
The first time this came forward was in the 1970s. And in the 1970s, there was a lot of public momentum, and then there was a few groups that had issues with it, and then the federal government said, well, we have all 50 states to worry about, so they kind of took their ball and went somewhere else. And we've got their focus back on kind of our area of the country, so it's a huge opportunity for us. But yes, the idea would be you'd remove thousands of homes out of the floodplain so that you're no longer having to pay. I mean, it's essentially a tax. I mean, insurance is, you basically have to do it, so it's essentially another tax that we all pay. So
I just hope it doesn't take as long as Dan mentioned in Friendswood. We all know the horror stories of how long the Corps of Engineers took on Clear Creek.
Yeah.
That's been going on for 35, 40 years.
Yeah,
not long.
1970s is when the first federal project was kind of instituted, and then it went away. But now we have a lot more people living in the watershed. It's a lot more serious of an issue. We've had, more recent flooding. So I think your passing this resolution helps us. And then also, as we move forward through the project, if you are willing to come with us and have some of these conversations with our state and federal partners, they'll be able to see on your face how important this is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's fitting that we're going into disaster preparedness month, because we can do things as a household to prepare, but we can also do things as a region to prepare.
Right.
It just takes a lot of dollars. So,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Any other comments or questions, council? Hearing none, I will make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-R-34. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilwoman Roby Robinson. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioner,
Thank you.
Thank you. We're
Yes.
excited to see the study.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll keep you as informed as you want to be. We have monthly meetings. You're all invited, so I'll send you an invitation.
Absolutely. Commissioner, if you can get that to our city manager and to our city secretary, they'll be able to disseminate information to us here. Manager Dan?
Mayor, just point of order, you said 34, and I think it's actually 31. 34 is item 6. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So what do I need to do to correct that? Would that be a motion to reconsider? Note the correction there? Okay, so council, are you guys good? I meant to clarify R-31, not 34. I misstated that. Are we good with that for 31?
Yes.
Okay, good catch. Thank you, guys. All right, moving back up in the agenda to regular agenda item number 1. This is consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance 2025-0- make sure I read it right, 22. And I believe staff that the applicant has asked that we postpone this item to our next council meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay. Council, would you guys be in support of that? Okay, so I will make a motion to postpone this agenda item. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Councilwoman Sarmiento. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion to postpone passes unanimously, 7-0. And I think that's the most that we're going to hear from Joe's tonight. So thank you, Joe's. All right. Agenda item number 2. This is consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance 2025-0-24. This is regarding utility rates. Dan, Rosie, is there anything that you would like to present before we open it up to council comments and questions?
I think this is just a continuation of the discussion that we had at the last meeting. Obviously, that was the first time that you were seeing it in, basically a year. So the numbers are somewhat sobering, and so we just want to make sure that this is, again, as we go into the budget itself, this is an assumption that has been made that the utility rates will follow the rate schedule. So if for some reason council doesn't want to do that, we need to adjust the budget accordingly.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Council, any comments and/or questions? Yeah, all right, we have a question, I believe, from Councilman Rossi Knox.
Okay, so
If you can unmute yourself, sir.
so we're proposing, what is it, 11 point something increase?
Technically 11.2, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you've already answered that one because it is cooked into the budget, the 11.2% increase. Okay. So kind of give us a quick little overview, I guess. At the current rate, right now, the ratepayers are, it's not affording us to do the operations and all of that on the, okay.
Exactly. So as we were talking in the workshop, when Councilman Bonner was asking about the different funds, so the utility fund is supposed to be whole. It's supposed to basically pay for itself. So the revenues that we bring in are supposed to pay for the operations of the plants and the salaries and the vehicles and all the stuff that have to do with water and sewer specifically. And they have to be very careful, Public Works does, to make sure that, hey, these are Public Works projects, or these are Public Works guys even, these are Public Works trucks versus utility projects or people or trucks. So the idea is that it's made whole. And for many years, it was not whole. And the city had to essentially subsidize by moving money from the general fund over to the utility fund. And that's just not a good practice. The whole reason of charging the utilities, I mean, for many of y'all, you don't live, where you have the city's water and sewer. So essentially what will happen if you don't do this, then the rest of the taxpayers we're having to use essentially ad valorem or sales to make up the difference for the utility payers.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was looking at it. I don't look at this as much of a tax increase as much as I do of like a monthly bill that you have to pay. Those of us that live on acreage out in the country, which is a lot of people probably in here, you pay for your yearly maintenance on your sewer and your water. Not to mention you have to put up the cost of putting that in when you build here. And then to go and ask those people, hey, now your tax dollars are going to also go to pay for everyone else's water, to me just seems like not good. So I think this is something that we should consider for sure if it's already cooked into the budget as well.
Thank you, Councilman. I'll ask a few questions here. Looking at the budget from our packet, looking at fiscal year 24-25 budget, we show a revenue of $2,775,454. We are not showing a transfer in from anywhere else that I can see. Or is the other income for other source revenues, is that a transfer in of $375,000?
Which line item are you looking at?
So if you're looking at line item 40-07-481, current year budget actually shows a $384,000 revenue of other income.
That is mostly your surface water, what we collect for the surface water.
Surface water, okay. So we're not proposing in this current year's budget to have to transfer anything in from the general fund or the fund balance.
That is correct.
Okay, so the fund is solvent right now.
The 40094999, right? Isn't that the transfer? If there was a number, that's where it would be, right?
That's where it would be, yeah. That's what I suspected. So it's solvent right now, but that does not take into consideration any salary increases or anything like that.
Or any major repairs that are needed.
Okay, let me just take a look here. Okay. All right, I'm just taking a look at some of these items here, okay. So now what we're proposing is based off of if we adopted this higher rate, it would increase our revenue, but also it would increase our expenses by $1 million. Is that correct? Am I reading that correct? From
That is
about
correct.
2.7 to 3.7. So at the last meeting, I asked for an itemized breakdown of what that $1 million increase was going to go towards, because I can understand that in order to keep the fund solvent, to not have to transfer in, that you have to increase your revenue. As a ratepayer myself, I need to understand what my increased rate is going towards. Is that breakdown included in our packet? No.
No.
Well,
Well, part of it is on the needs for the utility fund, you have the coating of I believe, 4 tanks
yeah, I think.
and a repair of a fence that needs to be done.
Yeah, that's what was shared last meeting, and I asked to see an itemized breakdown for the $1 million, because then I could vote for this.
Sure.
But without seeing that,
I think there's just 3 components, Mayor. If you go to 40, 54, 56, 36.
One second here. So this is in the budget. Read that out again, a little bit slower, please.
40, 54, 56, 36, page 20.
Okay. 50. Yes, sir.
Yes, 40-54, -56, 36.
Page 20.
Page 20 at the very bottom.
And so that's $420,000.
Right.
Okay.
So that's one of the components. And like Rosie said, so this is going back to, those, now we have 3 water plants that we're maintaining and 2 wastewater plants that we're maintaining, because we're maintaining Manvel Town Center as well. The Maverick plant, I think, was the biggest one. That's the one that we got from the high school. It's right behind the high school. And so those are the tanks. I think you saw those in the budget presentation. So that's one of the components there. The other one is on the next page, and it's another 5636. It's and it's a wastewater. It's the exact same one, but just wastewater. So 40, 56, 56, 36. Equipment repairs, maintenance. So that one, 345, exactly.
So 745 total.
Yep.
That the ones that were, some of them were back over here, weren't they? Weren't some of the tanks that you had to work on back over?
No, it'd be on Maverick. It'd be at the Maverick plant.
Okay, there's none of them over on.
On School Road?
Yeah.
No, those tanks were good.
No, there is some, there is some.
There is.
On the
Yeah.
west.
You remember
I'm sorry.
correctly.
That's some
And so that's where, so that right there, and Dan, I'm going to cut you off.
Sure.
That's why I asked for the 1-pager, because I have to take this to my community, and I have to say, this $1 million more that you're giving us, that we are forcing you to give us, this is exactly what it's going towards. And I know that you guys know what it's going towards. I don't see that. And that's why 2 weeks ago, I asked for an itemized breakdown to know what that would be going towards, because then I could vote. I have no issue with voting for it if I can have that list of what it's going towards, but right now I don't have that. I can't vote for something that I can't explain. And so I see there's $745,000 that's going to equipment repairs and maintenance, but I don't know exactly what the breakout of that is. I know that you guys have those lists and you guys know because you guys had to arrive to that total somehow. I don't see it. And the only reason I'm harping on this is we asked for it two weeks ago. All right, council will open up. Any other comments or questions from you guys? Councilman Bonner?
I just want to make sure I understand. So we just found that $1 million, but it's within 2 or 3 pages? Is that what we're saying?
No, I think the million he's talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor.
Is besides this?
At the very bottom of page 21, the budget for last year was 2.7 million. The budget for this year for utilities is 3.7.
3.7.
Yes, sir. So that's the million difference. So the two that I just mentioned, and then the third one is 40-95, 8590, the transfer out to debt service fund.
And that equals that, the $1 million he's talking about?
That would be more than that.
Yeah.
Because the two are 745. That's then a little over an additional 500,000. So that would put us at 1.2. So that should put then our expenses at 3.9 if we're focused on just those 3 categories. And then also that transfer out to debt should be decreasing by 200,000. And that money should then be allocated elsewhere. The revenue side makes sense. I understand how we're going to get to that, and I understand that there's a need for the expenses. I just trying to connect it here. Sorry, Councilman, go ahead.
No. I'm just,
It's
if y'all know where this is, this shouldn't be, I hate to put in hours on how many hours something should take, but this doesn't sound like if you know where that money is, 1 or 2 pages, 3 pages with all the pictures of the tanks gives us what we're asking for, to be able to justify an $11 or 11%, whatever the percent raise is. Without it, it's kind of like just, here's what we want. We can't really tell you what it's for.
Well,
It's
the
100.
exception with that, though. I mean, these are needs, these aren't wants, so.
No. Maybe I said it slightly wrong. I'm just trying to, I'm kind of like the mayor. Sometimes I know y'all know this book back and forwards. I don't. So having to jump around and I just like something simplified. And we did talk about this 2 weeks ago. So I'm kind of not understanding why.
Well, thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or questions from council?
I'm just a little bit concerned if we say no to this, or what does this do to the entire budget? We're talking about millions of dollars here.
If, under the theory, if we said no to this, which I'm not advocating for saying no, it would take us back down where basically we would have the current year's budget with revenue and the expenditures, with probably some transfer ins from the general fund in order to cover some of the small things is what would have to happen. I mean, I hate to kick the can down the road by two more weeks, but I see a revenue or an expense increase of $1 million. We were told to look at 3 categories. Those 3 categories total $1.2 million. So that's where just kind of having an itemized breakout would be helpful.
The reason it has 1.2 million is because we also have amounts that were already allotted there for other repairs. Right now, the additional repairs that were included are in the wanted list that were presented by the utility department, which was the coating of the GST School Road WTF, the interior coating for the Maverick WTF.
Let's break that down for us, Rosie.
Okay.
Because we might be able to get to this on the spot if you guys can break it down
Okay,
for
the
us.
school road is 150,000.
Okay, so school road, coating,
The
150.
The Maverick is 120,000.
120 for coating at Maverick.
The
Okay.
manhole rehab that needs to be done is 120,000,
Manhole is 120.
and the fence is 26,000.
Okay, so fence is at 26,000. So we got 150, 120, that gets us to 270.
90.
That gets us to 390. How much did you say was the fence?
26,000.
26,000. So that gets us to what, 416?
That is correct.
Okay, that's still not a million.
And then the additional amount was on the transfer to the debt service, which was
594,000.
yes. Of course, that's going to change slightly, allowing us to be able to hire a couple of people and get some of the smaller stuff that utility needs, like the
Okay,
trench box.
so by reducing that, so that, we should expect to see that 594 drop down to 394. But we don't know what that 200,000, that extra 200,000 now is going to be used for. Of course, it'll go to good use, but that still needs to be squared away. Is that
Yes,
correct, Robbie?
that is correct.
Or do you already know what you got there, Robbie?
Well, something kind of came up last week whenever Ernie had reached out to Neptune about the meters in Lakeland. They won't read off the towers, so we might have to end up replacing those meters, and we're probably looking at $287,000.
Okay, so 287 for meter replacement.
So there goes your 200,000.
But I'm gonna have Ernie to confirm that.
Okay.
Yeah, he's talking to Neptune right now to see if we can get a credit back or what was.
So how are we, because your guys, I'm assuming, are getting a 3% COLA out of the utility fund. Is that coming from reducing costs in other areas in order to make up the necessary salary adjustments?
No.
Okay, so your guys in the utility fund are not getting any salary increases?
No, they are. They are getting 3%, but we're not reducing other line items because for the most part, they're the line items that are needed on a yearly basis.
Okay, so it looks like here that the increase is going to be about a little under 30,000 for salaries, but we're already tapped out by basically 5 items for that $1 million increase in expenditures. So where are we coming up with that additional money for salaries if we're not reducing other areas?
Isn't there overages in some of the line items? Don't they have some overage in them?
I mean, I can see here, for example.
Yeah, credit card processing fee
Well,
That's
going away.
That's 150,000 there if we do away with the credit card fee.
Yeah, and there are line items that are reducing. For example, cell phone allowance is reducing from $1,900 to $650. So we just need to be very specific about the statements that we make because there are some line items that are decreasing. There's some line items that are increasing to make up that million. And that's where, Councilman, to your point, that credit card, if we vote for the next item, would give us additional money there. Okay, so we're seeing 4 items make up the 416. Potentially we'll have to use, if we want to use it towards meters, you'd be looking at 287. That's a decision to make. Meters or positions, what do we want to do right now? And then that would chew into the remaining amount. Okay, well, there we go. We got to it on the spot. Appreciate that. Any other comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem Lands, and then we'll go Councilman Bonner. Thank you, Rosie, appreciate that.
Okay, the utility tax increase rate of 11.2%. That 11.2% increase is not going to cover the increase in equipment repairs and maintenance for water and wastewater, correct?
It will cover the repairs if we increase it.
11% will cover this
Yes.
200,
It's currently included in the ballot.
$500,000 increase?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Bonner, did you have an item there? Okay, very good. Any other comments or questions from council?
So clarify your little financial list that you just made for us. What is this telling us?
What this is telling us is basically we're having to increase rates to cover repairs to current infrastructure, or else it's going to negatively impact the water of quality in our wastewater operations. So it's not where we're adding all these new fancy things to the utility fund or the utility department, but it's to make necessary repairs and replacements. That's my takeaway.
And you're for that.
Yeah, I mean, if it was to add a bunch of fluff, I wouldn't be for it. But it's to go to necessities. It's to go to those things. And I needed to understand the breakdown because as soon as this goes into effect, guess whose phone's going to be ringing? Our phones are going to be ringing here. And I want to be able to answer those questions. I don't want to say, oh, just call the utility billing department. They'll answer it for you. I don't want to overwhelm Tristan there. But I want to be able to answer some of those questions. And this gives me what I need to answer them. So, personally. I don't like having to increase rates, but when we can understand what that breakdown is and why it needs to happen, it allows us to understand it, communicate, build that trust, do what's needed there. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman?
Is this a one-time increase, or is it? I'm looking at you, but is this a one-time increase so
For
that
this-
we can?
For this current year, yes. The study that it has an annual increase plan, because the utility fund, again, is a business fund, and we should be having some kind of profit in there so that we can actually correct any things that's wrong with our infrastructure or improve it or increase the length of the sewer and the water lines.
If I could, it's in your packet on page 25 of
Study.
the actual rate study. So how we arrived at the 11.2 is last year the 8% rate was not adopted, so we still have 8% that we need to make up plus the 3 point. So this year should have only been 3.2. We've got to make up for last year, so it's an 8 plus a 3.2.
I'm still trying to get to that page that you said.
I'm sorry, page 25,
Of which one?
the one that says rate study, 2022 rate study, the third one down on the attachments.
Okay. I'm
Uh,
looking at different things here. I've got the budget, I've got
The agenda.
budget,
I'm sorry,
on the
regular
agenda, The packet on the agenda. Page.
regular agenda item number 2. Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Oh, that was right here. Okay, got it. I already had that open.
So Dan, to your point, the rate study done in 2022 proposed, instead of having to wait 5 years and then jacking it up 42%, if you take methodical steps, it gets there. And I know that we had talked about working with F&I to do an analysis, to do like a 6-month check-in. So before we get to this point next year, because the study's now going to be almost 4 years old, let's see if the assumptions in the study have held true, so that way we can make sure to be planning for the future.
We can. We don't have a rate study included in the budget, but that would be exactly, just like we did with the impact fees, that's exactly where it would come from. The one that we did in 2022 was, I think, the first one that had been done since the beginning of us charging utilities. Is that right, Tammy? Does that sound right? I think that was the first time it had been updated. But it certainly makes sense to review them and see if I think Richard mentioned it last time, or Sheeta did. By waiting that year, did that change it in any way? Is 9.1 still the right number for next year or not? We don't know. So
That's a simple, not necessarily a gut check, but it's based off of potential connections that are going to come through.
Right.
So we can toggle with those numbers because we have the formula and the rate study. We can, master spreadsheet man right here, there might be something we could do in-house here just to, do a sanity check. Like, all right, is this on track, or is it
right.
blatantly missed the mark because growth has stalled, growth has increased, et cetera? Let's go Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilman Bonner.
Now, just to clarify, the water and sewer billing, like for Meridian and Valencia, we are getting 100% of that. There is no
Great question.
payback on those.
Meridiana, they do their own water. They have their own water and sewer system for everything on the other side of the tracks. So everything in Mud 56, they have their own billing, their own they're capturing it all separately. Valencia is on ours. Valencia is on ours, and Del Bello Lakes, Blue Water Lakes, and Lakeland. Those are the four.
And we'll get 100% of the water billing and this?
Of the water billing, yes. We don't split that with anybody. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Bonner?
Yeah, just to kind of clarify what Councilwoman Roby Robinson said, by looking at this table, the 5.1 table, even with the 11.2% this year, we're looking at 9.1 by the table next year, but by going ahead and catching up that 11.2%, it might be lower.
It sure could.
Once everything comes in, we're never going to really know until 3/4 of the year has gone by and we have some better data to look at. How much does the study cost, just ballpark?
$1 million.
150? Most studies are costing about 150,000, so that's kind of where I'm thinking it would cost.
That was my guess, a six-figure study, yeah. Seems like they always.
Now, maybe there's a difference if we just update. It's just, hey, just taking a look at these numbers.
I'm just thinking if instead of doing this this was a 8-year study.
Yep.
What if you went back to somebody and said, I want to update this for the next 4 years past where the study is now? Is it cheaper? You know, so that we don't have to take the whole entire 8 years? Because I don't know that 8 years especially as growing like we're doing, that's kind of a crapshoot there.
It is. I think they went out as far as they possibly could, again, knowing that we had never gone up on our rate. We hadn't, I assume there was a rate study when the original rates came out. I really don't know. That was whenever we first got utilities. I don't know. So this was the first one, and then, okay, we'll go out as far as we can, but it's a projection. So
Right.
just like what we did this year, remember sort of the back of the envelope numbers. Well, yep, that sounds
But
like the right number.
Is it going to take a year at 11.2 to build up the reserves to have the funds to go and do repairs? Or do you immediately start building up that revenue to be able to do repairs on the infrastructure?
That's correct. As we build up the revenues, and as we build up the revenues, we can spend the money.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or questions? Councilwoman Sarmiento?
Just have one quick question. Since I picked up on you saying that the utility fund operates like a business, so because it operates like a business, we should be showing profits there. And what are we going to do with the amount that's left over after paying for the repairs, et cetera?
That's basically the fund balance, just like the general fund. And what happens is we reinvest it in the infrastructure and fixing other things that might need to be fixed that we haven't found yet.
Okay.
Do the hydrant studies, stuff like that.
And foreseeing that we are growing exponentially, Manvel is just growing so fast with the water meters and all of this. At what point do we think, because I know we kind of said it bouncing around here, but do we think that we'll be able to cap it and or not continue to raise it based on this study? Because the study shows year after year kind of going up on your base rate, a couple dollars. But if we continue to make profit off of that and not using it to repair things, and we have a substantial amount in the fund balance, then do you see us having to, like, to her point, is continue to raise it, or can we keep it there?
It probably would not continue to increase at the rate it is increasing right now.
Okay.
But normally, because of the cost of just everything, from the chemicals to the pipes to everything keeps increasing, you'll always have some kind of percentage for the inflation purpose.
Okay. And do we know, I'm sure we said that already, but the profit side of this utility fund, currently right now with what we have, if we adopt this rate, we will be able to stay ahead of it and have a healthy balance there without compromising our infrastructure or our citizens' water.
That's where staff comes in. Staff, we'll budget $15,000 for something, but we'll go out there and try to get a better price. That's where the actual profit comes in, where we try to save the money as staff.
Okay. I know you're a penny pincher, so I know you probably stay on top of that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem?
If I follow that conversation there correctly, I'm having a little trouble with that about, so if we bill our water users and we have an overage for the year that didn't get used for something, it goes back into the general fund.
Not the general fund, the utility fund.
Utility fund. Okay.
And then next year, we need any big projects from the utility fund, we'll pull money from the fund balance if need be.
Okay.
It's just like any other business. You have your savings, and if something breaks or something needs to be repaired, like this year that we had that incident on Highway 6, that's where the fund balance has to come in and help us repair things.
So, Rosie, to that point, what is currently in our fund balance for the utility fund? What's it sitting at right now?
The fund balance is approximately, but keep in mind, the fund balance here includes your assets, your equipment, your lines, everything. Exactly.
Is there a way to get us what the true balance is?
It would be the cash in the bank. And right now, we have $1 million in the bank.
Cash in-
Cash. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's not taken already, it's just what I have on the bank, in the books.
Now, did our 2022 rate study, did it indicate to us what would be considered a healthy fund balance? I go to Councilman Bonner as he's talking about fund balances. Is that, it's $1 million good? Does it need to be more? Does it need to be less? What's considered a good?
Well, I think you've got to compare it to what you've had to use in the past versus it just sitting there. So knowing what to forecast for, that's going to come out of potential
I don't think you got enough
things.
data to know that.
Exactly.
That's where you want to get to, and where the fixed asset module.
Exactly, that's where the
becomes-
fixed asset
It actually
module will
does.
come in handy, because it'll tell us, this pipeline has been here for 20 years, we need to
Yeah.
replace it.
This pipeline was put in when Mayor Martin moved to Manvel. Those items, it gives us that information. But Dan, I think you said it did indicate what would be a
Yeah,
healthy.
actually, on the executive summary up on page 6, it looks like, the first paragraph, it says, while the city does not have a policy target for fund balances, this study leverages surplus fund balances to reduce debt issuances and strives to achieve a fund balance of $1 to $2 million as a combined system. This fund balance target is recommended in excess of the target of 20%, of course, that's old, of operating expenditures. Anyway, so yes, between 1 and 2 million, which in this year's case, what I was thinking about your question a minute ago, so those repairs that need to be done now, I mean, we can't wait till the rates come in to do it. So we would use fund balance to do the ones that are necessary right now, right?
We'll use the cash on hand,
Cash,
yes.
exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
And then looking at this budget that's in our packet, that's the proposed, I believe this is through the end of July, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're looking at a surplus right now of 690, but not all the expenditures are realized. So what are we looking at projecting to end the year at? About a month and a half left. Just crazy to think a month and a half left fiscal year. Yeah.
On the utilities, a little harder to predict, because we also have depreciation that needs to kick in.
That's right.
What are you, as the Director of Finance, what are you projecting?
About 350,000.
Okay. So that would increase it to about 1.3 in the fund, okay.
Is this right where we probably need to be?
Yeah.
Or somewhere close?
Yeah, solid.
Exactly.
Thank you, Rosie. Mayor Pro Tem?
But all that said, we still need to go up 11%.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like one should start bouncing out the other.
Yep.
You know, I don't know.
And it's a better rate increase. I've seen other cities that are considering 20, 30% increases. So it's better than that.
Well, considering we didn't do any last year, too.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yep. All right, council. I think we've had a lot of conversation. Yep.
The only thing that maybe I'm like missing something. I understand the need for the 11% increase, but I don't know if I understood your comment like right or not, but there's 11% increase, and then we can also expect an increase ongoing, like, so it's 11% this year. It'll probably be another increase next year, and it'll be another increase next year, even if there's profit that we've made.
You have to maintain the fund balance to a very healthy one, especially on the utility fund, because if something bursts or something big, like Highway 6, how much did we pay for those repairs? I don't remember.
Very expensive.
$250,000 just for a small piece of sewer.
So why, obviously I wasn't here, why didn't we increase it last year?
It just questions that weren't answered is probably the best answer I could come with.
But was the fund like a substantial amount that?
No, it was just council didn't get the response they wanted from staff, and we didn't give them enough information, I guess is the key word for it, and that's why it was not passed.
Okay. I'm good.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Opliger?
I just got, through the, I guess, economy of scale, with more users that come on, shouldn't the price go down? Does that not equate in the water world?
Well, it could. I mean, whenever you're talking about the overall dollars, because the dollars cost, I mean, the repairs cost what they cost. I mean, we've never really had the burden of old infrastructure. I mean, our oldest stuff is in the late 90s, on King and Jordan and whatnot. So, I mean, our utilities are fairly new. We don't have any asbestos pipe. We don't have any of all these old pipes that other cities, but radiator hose, exactly. We don't have any of those on Rogers anymore. It was wild. So, but, I mean, everything has a shelf life. So I don't see the dollars to maintain the utilities ever going down. Of course it won't. It can't. I mean, you're always adding more utilities, and we're always going to have to keep fixing them. Now, the dollar per user certainly could. I could see that. If you have the more users and, if more to share the burden, I guess, if you will.
It will stabilize. It won't be so erratic. It'll stabilize.
And that's the big key, is to get it to where instead of doing the roller coaster, we're just doing this and maintaining cost of living and cost of materials. That's something somebody can understand better than seeing 11.2 this year, 9.2, 3.0.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, when they did this study, they hadn't increased the rates and they didn't want to do a huge increase, so they gradually did those increases so that the residents wouldn't feel the impact right away.
Absolutely. And that was a council decision as well. I mean, it was their recommendation, but hey, you're way behind. I mean, it was, Tammy, was it $500,000 every year, or was it more than that? Or was it 800,000 that they were having to transfer?
Oh, gosh. It was, when I started, it was close to 800,000, and it had gone down.
Yeah. And that was just the normal business. You're just constantly transferring money over. Like, wait a minute. So that initial, we can do this one of two ways. You can do it all at once and catch up. But, I mean, that would have been huge, for those folks that had just bought their new house in, Lakeland or Blue Water or whatever, and then all of a sudden your rates went up 3 times more than they were when you bought the house. So the election at that time, and I think it's the wise decision to sort of step it up little by little. And I think the reason the numbers are not flat is because they've factored in what improvements may be coming online at each time, so that it varies depending on what maybe, 2 years from now when the WRF is up and running, well, that's going to be, the expense to run that thing and the media and the electricity and all that other stuff. So we're going to have to sort of anticipate that as well.
And I'll say we have some of the hardest workers in our utility department. There was one employee that I heard that he got called in, emergency overnight, came in 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, got it fixed. And then he said, you know what? I'm going to have to be here early in the morning anyways to get to work. I'm just going to sleep on the floor. And he slept on the floor in our plant, doing what was necessary, going above and beyond, putting in the work. And that's very much appreciated. And as I look at this rate, I think about some of the decisions maybe that weren't made in the past that have set us up for difficult times now. I think of Mayor Martin when she was mayor, wanting to go and get debt issued that would have built essentially our police station for us back in the early 2000s. And that would have saved us $21 million today if we had made the decision back then or back in 2018. Because council chose at that point in time to not increase the tax rate as the citizens were asking for. They actually had to, in 1 year, increase the tax rate by 12 cents instead of doing what was needed as the stair step. And with my 2 kids here tonight, I think about them, and it's tough now because we want to think selfishly. Like, I don't want my rates to go up. I don't want to pay this certain money because it's tough on my pocketbook. But I think about my kids and what are we doing today to set up their generation for success? And sometimes that's tough for us because we think about how it's going to impact us in the here and now. But that's where the fixed asset module is going to be huge for us. And it's going to be tough, some tough financial decisions to make, but we're preparing ourselves and our city for a better future. And we're learning from what other cities haven't done, quite frankly, to make sure that we don't repeat those same mistakes.
It's kind of like the tax rate.
Yep, it is. Tough decisions. All right, council, I think we've talked a lot about this item, really good conversations, but I will now entertain a motion for this agenda item. Do I have a motion?
I'll bite the bullet. I'll make the motion that we increase the tax or accept the ordinance as presented at 11.2%.
Thank you, Councilman. We have a second from Councilman Oplager on this agenda item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's a tough one. Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. But you never know, it might not pass the next time. Dun, 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 dun. Dan, Rosie, one of the things that would be helpful, we talked about that itemized breakout for the expenditures. If we could just get that put in an email to us, that way we have that would be extremely, extremely helpful there.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good discussion there. Next, we have agenda item number 3, consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2025-R-33. Dan, Rosie, we'll turn this over to you guys, and I think Rosie has some very exciting information to share with us here, so the floor is yours.
This ordinance is so that we can pass the cost of the credit card fees to the residents. If you remember correctly, I had told you the per item charge was $6.52, and the fee on the credit cards was at 5.743%. My staff was able to get a better rate. It's going to be $1.25 per service fee and a 90.98% fee on the credit cards.
Yep. Thank you.
That's huge. So just to repeat that, because currently it is about a $6 service charge and roughly a 6% credit card fee. And you're saying you got it down to $1.25 service charge and then a 0.98% credit card fee.
That's about a $2 total?
That's huge because when we first started taking on these credit card fees, it was really to help out the community, and it was a lot smaller of a dollar amount back then. And my hesitation with asking the credit card payers to take back on this fee was $12 every month is a lot, because that's what it averaged out to. But now you're looking at it being $2 or $3. That's a lot more palatable for me as somebody that pays my utility bill with my credit card. It's a lot more palatable. So thank you for that. I think Councilman Rossi Knox has a question.
I'm curious, how, do we change companies with the little? Okay.
We did change companies to begin with, and because we wrote our old company and we told them that we weren't pleased with the rate, so they gave us one price, and then we went to the other company and said, hey, we're getting offered this, can you, so.
Just curious, because we have a card reader for our business and it's like 4%, so, kind of thinking outside the box here.
You got to remember, we get the government rates. You just have to push for those.
Good questions there, Councilman. Any other comments or questions from council?
So what we're going to be doing is basically saving our taxpayers money on their credit card processing fee should they decide to use a credit card with that and not sign up for the automatic ACH, which my family is on because I like to just know that my water's not going to get shut off.
And that is correct.
And it's free.
If you use the ACH, it is at zero cost, or if you come in person and pay in cash, check, or money order, that is also a zero charge.
Perfect. So that's just an option that's available to our citizens if they want to use a credit card, and that there's a fee for that.
And if
But
they want to
it's
come
now-
in and pay with credit card, they would only get charged the 98.98%, not the $1.25.
Okay. So if they come in person and use a credit card, not a debit card, because with the debit card,
It's the same rate.
They charge you the same?
Yes.
Okay. I know some institutions, a debit card, if you use a PIN number, it gets a different processing fee. It's cheaper than credit card.
At this point, the rate we got is probably the
probably
best
the-
rate we
yeah.
could get either way.
Perfect. So note to citizens, sign up for auto ACH.
That is correct.
Because it's free. Okay.
Unless you like to live on the wild side and use your credit card. Good call out there, Councilwoman. Any other comments or questions, council? Hearing none, do I have a motion for this agenda item? We have a motion to approve from Mayor Pro Tem Lands. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Rossi Knox. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Rosie, thank you for your finesse and negotiating skills. You strike a hard bargain there, but kudos to you on that. All right, agenda item number 4, consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2025-R-30. And this comes about, Dan, from a state law change. So Dan, Bobby, Tammy, if you guys can speak to this agenda item for us.
As y'all probably know, we have a lot of procurement laws, bidding laws, because we're a governmental entity. One of the most basic ones is, up till now, everything over $50,000 purchase price has to be bid out unless there's an exception that applies, like a sole source or something like that. State law is moving that up to $100,000. which I guess that's kind of keeping up with inflation and purchases. And our purchasing policy itself tracks the state law. So now it's going up to 100,000. And the city manager's signature authority is actually linked to the bidding threshold amount as well. So we're updating our purchasing policy to be, take, what the state law now requires. So we would appreciate your vote on that.
Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate that overview. Any comments or questions from council? And one question that I have, Bobby and Dan, if we approve this tonight, does it immediately go into effect, or does the state law take effect on September 1st?
Yeah, so at the end of the resolution, you'll see the effective date. So because the state law doesn't start until September 1, which is a holiday, so it'll actually be September 2nd, but it gives the start date in the resolution since it hasn't started today.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that, Tammy. Any other comments or questions from council? Hearing none, do we have a motion for this agenda item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman Bonner. We have a second from Councilwoman Sarmiento. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Manager Dan, with great power comes great responsibility. All right. Agenda item number 6. This is consideration and possible action to approve Resolution 2025-R-34. We are now on 34, y'all. Turn this over to the team. Who's going to present this item for us?
This is a follow-up to the MEDC meeting last week where MEDC would like to extend $20,000 to the Grease Monkey, which is on the corner of Highway 6 and I guess Mississippi. Yep. And basically this would help them. I think they've got some what are they called, pits that they so that they can do other projects. And so they obviously asked for lots. MEDC looked at their budget and decided they could do up to $20,000. So just as a matter of the process, the next thing is for y'all to actually approve it.
What are they going to do?
Yeah, underground pits where they can actually get down in there and work on vehicles instead of having to lift a vehicle up every time.
They've already done one.
Yep.
And I think they've started on the second one, so this is really just to help them with those costs.
Okay.
Yep. Well, they,
First time I ever went there, they were still crawling underneath the floorboard, and they had one rack up in the very end. They were doing something. Now they can actually. It was nice. It took a lot less time with the pit. Yeah. People are great business people for the city. I think every time I've seen them, they participate in all the things out there, and they have, what's that creature's name that shows up? He's got a name.
Martin the monkey.
Yeah. So I think they're great.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or questions from council?
I'll say this is a great opportunity for us to have our businesses back. I know when I ran for office, me and Councilwoman Carmen Roby Robinson were recently elected, and we both talked about supporting businesses and attracting new ones. And I think this is a great way for us to support the businesses that we already have here. So this is great.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'll move to approve that motion.
Okay, so we are now. So we have a motion to approve this agenda item from Councilwoman Sarmiento. We have a second from Councilwoman Roby Robinson. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Want to express our appreciation to MEDC for their work with the funds that they do have, finding these strategic investments. Their partnership with the city is much appreciated. So I know Donald already left. He serves on our EDC board, but we appreciate each and every one of them. Next, we have agenda item number 7. This is discussion update on Phase 4 streets and drainage equipment. Dan, Rosie, Robbie, what do you guys have for us?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So as was suggested at the last meeting, council may be interested in using some of the, we always call it the $10 million. So just as a refresher, especially for our new council members, the city went out for a certificate of obligation in the amount of $50 million. 40 of it for the water reclamation facility, and the other 10 was for streets, drainage, sidewalks, and whatnot. So we've been sort of methodically plotting through that 10 million, trying to be very, very good stewards, obviously, of the money. That's more money, obviously, than the Public Works has seen in many, many years. So the Phase 1 was converting gravel roads to asphalt. for the most part done with that, although I think we found one gravel road that was not on the list, and I don't even know it's gravel, it's probably more grass. But for the most part, we're done with phase 1. Phase 2 is lots of repairs. Phase 3 is the one that you just approved recently with the sidewalks and the traffic signals. So if you would like to entertain phase 4, you could do several, in fact 9 of the supplemental projects, supplemental requests. So then I can change my narrative that says, instead of saying we aren't doing any supplementals or we aren't hiring anybody, I might still, I don't know. I need to modify that. Take some of those projects off. So again, the stipulation was that they have to be streets and drainage type equipment, things that we would need in order to best maintain and operate our streets and drainage projects. Did I say that all right? So for your consideration, like I said, we put 9 different things on there. If you want to do more, if you want to do less, what I think we heard was that the goal would be $1 million or less. So we checked that box, and I know that Robbie's already started getting estimates on, I think, number 8 and number 9. And so far, those are right on. Actually, I think they're a pinch under, so good job. But
Well, this is exciting. Kudos to Councilman Bonner for initially coming up and presenting this idea, and staff for taking it by the reins and looking at these items. I like a lot of these in here. I want to comment on 2 and then have a question, or comment on 3. Zero-turn mower. That's just buying one zero-turn mower. Okay. So the Almost Heaven walking path, one of the things that I would ask, and I know there's been conversations about this with the HOA and the MUD, getting like an interlocal agreement or some sort of agreement in place, MOU, that highlights who has what responsibilities, because that's a important investment there. We know the deterioration of that trail. And it starts to lean into the conversation more broadly about what are we doing for parks, what's the vision there, and we'll talk about that another time. But before we actually spend those dollars, I would want to have that agreement in place so we get that squared away. The other comment would be regarding the street sweeper. Can we get a graphic on both sides of it that call it Rosie? Like, can we name the vehicle Rosie? Is that possible? I'd love to see that happen.
well, we can and we have.
We have it. Perfect. Love it. Love it. And it can be rosy, and the dot on the I can be a rose for the graphic.
Yes,
We'll
no,
get the team.
the decimal place is very important, though, right?
Yes, great decimal placement. I love it. All right. Question I have, and then we'll open it up. If we were to say, what would be number 10? What would be number 10? Rosie, whoa, don't get crazy there.
Yeah.
Another zero turn, so another 12,000. Okay, well, that's a drop in the bucket, keeps us under $1 million. What would be number 11? Another zero turn? No, something other than a zero turn.
What did that
possibly
leave, before we say what's 10 and 11, what did that leave that could be used?
Like, what would be the next big piece of equipment ask besides?
Is that what you mean, or do you mean out of
Well,
the
like,
overall
how
10
many
million?
items, this is 9 items, how many items were there in total that were identified that could be used with these funds?
It's a whole long laundry list. The tricky part is many of them would be more, like drone equipment, maybe, project management software.
That's just where we do it and beg for forgiveness later.
Bobby's like, nope.
Yep.
I'm still struggling with how, if we've got a drone and we're looking at a ditch to look at where the water's draining.
Sure.
How is that not qualifying? Anything that mows,
Yep.
how is it not qualifying?
Could.
Anything that digs ditches?
Doesn't it go based on how you justify the qualification, what it's used for, and if
Sure.
it's solely
Yeah.
used for this, then why not?
Yeah, absolutely. If y'all want to go over the number, you're not going to get an argument from us.
Well, here's my question. If we could figure out which one, I mean, there's bound to be some one thing on that list that we possibly couldn't justify using it with that money. I'd like to see that list and then see what that comes to. Does that come, the whole list wasn't, but what, 2 point something?
3.5.
3.5.
Yes, sir. And then I could break it down.
I'd love to see the list of here's what we could buy, here's what we can't, how much is that? Because other than that, what's the plan for the rest of the $4 million? Because
for
the
phase
list we saw before had roads like Large, and doing some stuff that I really can't see helping the taxpayers right now. I think it helps developers down the line, because if we're going to go right now and spend money to do Large Road, then whoever comes in and buys that property isn't going to have to do it.
Councilman Bonner, I like where you're going with that. I would like to add on, like we said last time, is if we have some budget here to allocate something towards technology or software that will facilitate moving these projects forward and not have to play catch up later on, I would really like to see that, because more and more you're seeing utility companies and things of that sort lean heavily towards technology, because it ultimately creates efficiency and it saves money down the line. So although we have equipment here, hardcore equipment, I don't have that list in front of me, but that's something that I would like to see, is what would it look like to possibly do the drone or some type of program or software to help in this area.
All right, let's go Manager Dan, then we'll go Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'll weigh in, and then we'll open it up. Those are good comments, Councilwoman. Thank you. Manager Dan.
Not to be funny, but part of the reason why we did this the way that we did was the goal was around $1 million is what we heard, and then obviously trying to be good stewards as well. So that's why we, what are the highest of the highest things that we need that we feel can still be categorized as streets and drainage projects. But that's not saying we couldn't still do a phase 5. I mean, I don't know if Robbie needs to go out and buy 10 pieces of equipment all next week kind of thing. So, I mean, it would be, if we like this approach, and then what I'd like to do, I mean, if we can, kind of see how the numbers actually come in. We've got a new contractor that's working on some of the streets that's doing an amazing job. It's more expensive, obviously, than the contractor that wasn't doing an amazing job. So just want to make sure that we're still good there. We don't want to use all of our funds on rainy day stuff that we still need it, but just a thought that maybe we just take a breath, if you want to pick out maybe 10 or something. But yeah, yep, exactly.
Thank you, Manager Dan. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, one comment I'd like to have on well, first, Robbie, that skid steer, is that a track-driven skid steer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll be on tracks.
Okay, and what about equipment to go with it?
So we plan on actually just getting the front bucket that actually comes with it. And then each year we'll buy a different attachment to kind of save money.
Okay, so I mean, that's something we could maybe throw in, an attachment.
Now, that would be something
to the skid steer.
Yeah, that would be something to look at.
And then lastly, I got to throw out there that the street sweeper, I've already talked to the city employees that we're going to name it Robbie, so maybe it's going to be Robbie and Rosie's street sweeper.
Yeah, I'm right. Double R.
The double R.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Few comments here. I'm comfortable with this list because I also want to hold on to some funds. I know we might look at some significant drainage projects. We also have the thoroughfare plan that's going to be coming out later this year. I'd like to see some of the proposed projects that might come from that. So holding on to some of those funds, letting them sit there. I know the one that interested me is Lyra, an extension of that, and we had some discussion there. But and Bobby can, I know he'll nod his head yes at this. The key is that when we spend this money, we have very strict reporting requirements on it. And if we ever get audited, we have to show that we are using this equipment for what we issued the debt for. If we get equipment that for whatever reason happens to be used, even if it's for a day for something else, that's going to get us in a world of hurt. And so as I look at this list, I'm very confident in this list. When we start to go to some of those items like a drone and auditing how we were going to use a drone, that's where I get a little nervous. Not saying we couldn't, I just get nervous about that, and I want to make sure we
How do you talk about it being efficient? That's being one of your goals, is being efficient, yet we're not going to dual use equipment?
We can't when we've issued debt and we're using debt money that has a very specific outline in how we've issued that debt. If we use that money to purchase equipment that's used for something outside of that debt, that puts us in odds with the state and state law. Can you speak to that, Bobby?
Well, Mayor, I mean, I think you're right, and I think, Rosie, have you run all this by our financial advisor to make sure? Because I know that was some of the issues that came up, and like the mower for maintenance stuff, I think, Rob, you might want to just keep that as one that is for streets, and maybe parks can use it, but I don't know that parks would be under the streets purpose. And I had a question about the Almost Heaven walking path as well, if that's considered streets or drainage. I don't know. But
That would be the sidewalk and trails portion of the debt issuance, yeah.
So that would be something that Rosie, hopefully is documented, whatever we needed for that from our FA or our bond counsel or something.
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
Isn't
and that
it-
would be the big piece of mind for me is if we, whatever list, this list, the next list, I'm not opposed to using those more items, but if we get that list and get it in front of our bond counsel and make sure that we have something documented that's a CYA that says, yes, you can move forward, this is in compliance with the debt that's been issued, I'm good for us to spend what we need to spend there. I don't want the city to be sued. Someone submits open records request and they ask for the documentation to audit that we're using the money that they're paying their tax dollars for this stuff, and then we can't provide them the necessary documentation, and then we get sued by the Attorney General for misusing taxpayer dollars. That's where I get nervous.
It's a great point, and it is valid to cause anxiety.
Yeah.
But if we are trusting our staff, and then maybe with a directive of whatever we purchase under this needs to stay used for that, and then audit that, just like we're doing in other areas where you check it out, it's documented, you got a check-in system, and it's basically just how we get audited. It's just check and balance, right? Who checks it out, who checks it in, what was it used for? Simple documentation, just like in business. You go for lunch, you write down who it was with, date and time,
And the subject discussed.
throw it away.
I do like, I'm sorry.
No, you're good, Councilman. We'll go to you next and the manager, Dan.
I do like that we're leaving some money, because remember, I also talked about possibilities of buying land for detention. So that would fall under this use capability. So I'll change my mind and say, maybe we tweak a little bit. I like the idea of implements for the one machine, because I'm sure just using the bucket isn't 10% of the capability of that machine if it had other implements. But I'm seriously excited that we possibly could find some land on this side back here to use for detention and regional detention. Help out.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman. Manager Dan?
Just to, I guess, circle back around, the original question was, what other projects? So I just went through and kind of removed all the ones, sort of sanitized which of the supplemental requests are not included in this that could possibly, and it looks like it's a finite number. It's just five different things, about 183,000 more. So the trench box for 15,000, which I think you could certainly make that argument. 20,000 for the drone and survey equipment. There were two other zero turns. I don't know that we would necessarily need 3 zero turns, but anyway, that's a thought. That's 24,000. And then the other two were vehicles, replacing the 2016 F-350 at $75,000. That's the big 1 ton. And then replacing a 150 at $48,000. So anyway, those 5 things you could potentially argue, that would take you from the 969 estimate to 1.152.
Still leaving 2.9.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Manager Dan. I'm very comfortable with the list that's in front of us. Some of those items, the trucks, I'd be curious. I'd want to just check on that and make sure that we're good there. We got, Robbie, you and your team have a good system in place. With us speaking about Phase 4, one question that I can tie into this conversation, because it's about streets, Lewis Lane. Can we get an update on that and the timeline? Because when you have an extended timeline, you might have overage costs that then could eat into this money that we might issue for equipment. So can you speak to us about timeline and cost impacts?
Yes, sir. So we have spoke with Hayden Paving, and they're comfortable with the time and everything going on right now with the school. And it won't be no overs or nothing like that. Okay. And once they finish this first segment, what we call Segment A, is from McCoy to 1128. Then they're going to go across the street from 1128 to Cemetery on Lewis as well. So we're looking at, hopefully, weather permitting, have this Segment A asphalted completely by Friday.
By Friday?
This Friday.
Okay.
And then we're going to jump across the street on 1128 and continue on, and we should be having that done within about 2 weeks.
Within about 2 weeks. And is
Yes.
that going to be phased to try to minimize impact of schools? You know, for
Yes.
example, if you do like 1128 to School Road, do that first. That way there's multiple access points.
No, they're actually going to make one long run because it's going to be the same thing.
Okay.
But we're going to keep it passable the whole time that road is under construction.
You say that last part again?
So we're going to keep it passable.
Keep it passable, okay.
Yeah, which means they can drive on it as we're working on it, so.
That's the biggest questions I see on social media right now is once you move to the other side, how are the buses and the parents going to be able to get in there? And this call coming from the same people that are driving down the other end right now and having issues. So I hope there's a big plan that maybe somebody can put out that shows where you're going to be able to drive and how your people that are, right now you have one truck sitting out there, or maybe two, I don't know.
I have two out there, yes, sir.
That are helping people, but where are they going to be located at? So it gives people a heads up.
I can produce something.
That'll help.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman.
Sorry for the interruption.
No, that's perfect. Any other comments or questions, council, about this agenda item? I believe this is just a discussion. You guys aren't looking for any action tonight, just,
Just the usual thumbs up like we've done for phase 2 and phase 3, if you want us to proceed, yeah. Yours count as 2, since you have 2 up.
You good? Thumbs up, Councilman?
Oh,
Yeah. All right.
Other than the John Peter, I don't know.
Good work there, staff. You guys took an idea that was brought forward by Councilman Bonner, ran with it, and this is a great list. Very excited to see it come into play. Next agenda item, discussion regarding the coordination of meals for Patriots Day to be delivered by council members to first responders as requested by Mayor Davis. I'll introduce this item, but I want to give kudos to Tammy. We talked about this last year, and we missed the timing for it. And so then she's like, hey, Mayor, do you want to do it this year? And of course, to not violate a quorum, Tammy's very good about protecting us there. We wanted to discuss it during the agenda meeting, or public meeting. So every Patriots Day, what I always try to do is work to bring meals to our first responders, police, EMS, and fire. And what I was thinking is, if council, if we would be open to doing a dividing and conquer that, we could have 2 council members make food and take it to police, 2 to fire, and then 3 to EMS. That way you're not in a quorum, you're under that number of 4. But we wanted to kind of talk about it now to see what you guys would be open to doing and how you guys would want to group up. So we'd be looking for, probably from a number standpoint, 2 people to take food to the fire department for Patriots Day. Would anybody be open to doing that?
Who's paying for it?
This would be where I can pay for it out of my own pocket, where we can,
Campaign money or?
yeah,
Small money?
I can use campaign money or I can use personal money for it, but I'm more than happy to provide the cost for food. If you guys would like to chip in, that'd be great. Not asking you to do that. I'm covering the cost.
What are you talking about, making food or?
We could either buy it or make it, whatever your
Your show.
whatever your grouping would be. You guys,
Wild about making food.
Hot dogs for everybody.
You would not be wild about it? Me and her would.
you can work with whoever you're paired up with. You would.
Our food handling
Oh, yeah.
situation.
Thought we got rid of her. Kidding.
We'll continue on from that. So I know Councilman Oplager said he'd be open to bringing something to the fire department. Do we have someone that would like to pair up with him for fire? Okay, so we have Mayor Pro Tem Lands and Councilman Oplager that will work on fire. You guys can coordinate how you'd want to buy, make, whatever you want to do, the time to deliver. Let me know what the cost is. I'll help cover the cost. Now we have EMS. Do we have 2 people that would be willing to do EMS?
Who are the 2 doing the first one?
Fire would be these 2 gentlemen right here.
Oh, the
2. So we have
2.
David and Harry that are doing fire.
David
We
and
need
Harry doing fire.
2 for EMS and then 3 for police, because that's a bigger number. So do we have 2 that are willing to do
I'll
EMS?
do police.
I do police.
Police? Police, and then you and I will take EMS. All right. Does that work for you, Tammy? And then we'll coordinate amongst the small groups, because we're not a quorum there, and we stick to that. You guys just, during a public council meeting, let me know what the cost is, and then I'll make sure to get you the money for that.
Do you know how many for each group that they would be preparing for? I mean, I could send out the PD. I'm not sure for fire that's on staff or EMS.
I can get that number from the ESD. Patriots Day is September 11th, I believe. Yep.
It's my daughter's birthday.
That's 9/11.
Yeah, we'll all cover our own.
Thursday.
Is it Thursday?
On doing this for lunchtime?
It would be whatever you guys would be willing to coordinate from an availability standpoint.
April? Is it April?
No, that is September 9/11.
So we gotta get together and decide if we're gonna do dinner since
9/11?
we all work.
9/11?
That's right.
Yep.
I
We
guess
do all
Boston
work
has
with
their own.
DoorDash. I'm kidding. We'll figure it out.
Well, I mean,
Also has their own Patriot.
it's just a little bit harder if you're gonna have Patriots Day and you're doing it for the PD, that's only one shift that's gonna be there.
During lunch. Oh, yeah.
So,
Yep.
do you try to?
And it could be a meal, it could be, cookies, dessert. It's just, the thought process is something that's a gesture, just to say thank you for being these frontline responders, first responders. Coordinate amongst you guys. You three will coordinate. Garrett and I will coordinate. These two gentlemen will coordinate there.
We should make it a competition.
Who can do the best meal, right?
Just because you're so competitive, I think it would be
We
fun.
could do, late afternoon dinner. What time's that afternoon?
Buttermilk pie.
6 to 6 now, or do they doing days?
But you don't eat any other day?
It's 6 to 6.
Oh, like.
So we could do early 5 o'clock and catch 2 of them.
Lunchtime?
And then I could bring breakfast like the next morning.
Oh, we could split it up, like you do morning, lunch, dinner, something like that.
See, Tammy, this is why I wanted to, I'm glad we have it as an agenda. We can talk about it in a posted meeting, so we're good there, we're good. Well, Council, I appreciate y'all's openness to doing this. It's a really good idea. And Tammy, thank you for remembering to have it as a discussion item. I'm excited for it, so. All right, Council, we'll move on from that agenda item there. And we already did 9, so we'll move on to number 10, discussion on the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget. Tammy, there was one item that we talked about in the workshop. I know you had some information on, so I want you to share that first about the prosecutor, and then we'll open it up to council comments and questions.
So I'm going to go back to last year's. It was about 50 hours a month that the prosecutor uses. That's about 80% off docket time and 20% on docket time. So a lot of that is doing emails, responses such as that. During that time, we were looking at when Bobby was looking for a legal assistant, possibly doing making that an attorney, part-time attorney for prosecuting just that off-docket stuff, and then part-time assistance for being an attorney with Bobby. We went the route of doing a legal assistant instead, but if there's the possibility, just know it would be an attorney that we would be hiring when the time comes to fill that. Again, it's about 50 hours a month that we're looking at, but as the police department grows, that grows.
Absolutely. Appreciate that. Thank you, Tammy. We have a great prosecutor. I know he does a great job. This is not a reflection of his work. I just see a $92,000 price tag, and that's a lot. Bobby, could we get an in-house prosecutor for that amount? Because then if we're paying that as a full-time salary, that's opening up, what is it, 40, 80, 160? So you're getting an additional 110 hours a month of producible work if you bring it in-house. But could you get someone that's good for $92,000? I don't know what the going rate is for in-house.
I think Pearland just have gotten their assistant city attorney position advertised, and I think it's 120.
Okay.
Of course, they're bigger, and they might be doing other stuff as well. So 92 might be in the ballpark. Might just be someone with less experience, which is not necessarily a deal killer. Something that I think that could be picked up fairly quickly, or if someone is just out of law school and been doing court appointments and, public defender stuff for a year or two, that might be enough to throw them into the whole municipal court thing, but it's something worth looking at.
I think it's worth a conversation, and it's, like I said, it's not a reflection of our current prosecutor, but it's the same thing we've been talking about, a building official and inspectors, bringing that in-house. So if we could talk with Megan and the team and just see what their thoughts are, Judge Simon, and have a conversation, and maybe it's something that we prepare for and we understand what the ramp up would be to that eventually. Something.
There would be an assistant city attorney, so it'd actually be appointed by council. There would be another one of the direct reports to council.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I would still want to involve Megan in that because there's a direct correlation there, but that's a good I don't know if we can take on a third direct report, but there, Bobby, that's a lot.
And Mayor, I will say, we put a lot of thought and conversation into this when it was presented last year.
Okay.
We've kept an eye on how high the cost, not that Greg and Greg isn't fantastic, but just how high of a cost that is. And that was a conversation with Judge Saman as well as Megan, both on board. It just didn't happen when it was presented, but all of us have been aware and keeping an eye on that. We even tried to renegotiate the agreement. That almost backfired on us trying to do that, so I'm not going to push that envelope.
Well, if it's something that they're both open to, I'd be willing to consider it, but I'm just one there to think about. Thank you, Tammy, for finding that information for us. So council, we have this agenda item to continue having this discussion, so we'll open it up to see what additional comments, questions, ideas that you may have. Are there any? We'll go Councilman Clicker.
Excuse me. Manager Dad, the insurance or whatever it is, the retirement fund, is that still on the out of the budget this year, or is any money going to be allocated for that?
So, of course, our TMRS insurance, or not insurance, our TMRS retirement is still factored in there. Absolutely, it's still a great program. It's 2-to-1 match, and pretty much every city around has something similar to that. Most of them are with TMRS. What we had asked for last year, and what was included, I think, in section 10 or 12 at the very back of the agenda this year, section 10, was the updated service credit. Last year, that expense was going to be around $450,000. This year, I think it's gone up to about $600,000. So that was a long way to answer your question. It is not included in this year's budget. I'm
sorry. So if we continue to defer, the price tag only gets worse. It's almost like the water system.
It does.
The more you kick the can down the road, the bigger the can gets.
There's one possible alternative that Rosie and Chad and I were looking at, and that's it's been done, I guess, twice in the past. I think Bobby and Tammy might have been here, where instead of a continuous rollover, it's a one-time true-up. So as long as you don't do that one-time true-up within, I think, 5 years of the last one, then it doesn't impact our financial statements and everything else. So since it was done 4 years ago, they recommended that we not do that. The reason I'm saying that is I think that is about, a tenth of the price? It's like $60,000. So it's just not perpetual. So every so often, every 5 years or so, you just need to do a true up. It doesn't automatically true up. So anyway, that's certainly a potential option for next year.
So it's not total disaster if we don't do anything. So, but at some point in the next year or two, a council's going to have to make a decision.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Fair to say.
To that question right there, the way I understand it, this really is only coming into effect when an employee retires. Is that correct? Like if somebody decided to retire this year and we hadn't upped it, that would affect them. Is that correct? So do we kind of look at that based on nothing other than maybe years and age? Because we know people like to retire at certain ages and at certain, 20 years, 25, whatever those numbers are, and kind of have a plan that, hey, we possibly have 3 or 4 guys, women fixing to hit those numbers so that it gives us an idea of, if we knew that right now, it would make a bigger impact on me if you said, well, we know we got 2 people fixing to do that this year, versus we don't, but in the next couple of years we are, and so we need to make that move.
And that's a great point, because that's how we started last year, knowing that Elaine was going to retire as an example, and then we had a couple other ones along with that. I guess Tano, I think Anthony, Michelle.
We had a total of 3 that went across last year.
Because I like the idea of truing it up maybe next year, and the way that I just understand it wouldn't cost us as much to do the true up as it would to do it like if we did it this year. That's savings on everybody there.
Exactly.
I'll weigh in on that, and this is no disrespect to staff, but I fundamentally disagree with the true-up program. It's when I contribute money to my 401k, it's what my salary is that I'm making. I can contribute 1%, 3%, or 10%. The way the true-up works is whenever you retire, it evaluates it based off of your past 3 years of salary, and it says, let's pretend that you were making this your entire career, and then it increases what your retirement bucket is, as though you were contributing a percentage. 7% is what the city contributes, employee 14% from the city. So let's then pretend that you're contributing that amount, that 14% from the city, the entire time. And so if I started off at the city making, let's say, $40,000 a year, and I'm contributing 3%, that's my money. I chose to contribute that. The city matches that. But let's say I finish my career making $200,000. My retirement from the city should not be as though I was making $200,000 my entire career. I get why that's a very nice incentive for employees. I get it. I wish I had that as an employee. But I would struggle to justify that to the taxpayers, to say we're taking almost $750,000 of your tax dollars and saying that this employee was making this amount of money their entire career, and we're going to help them out when they retire, on top of all the other benefits that we provide. I struggle.
But that's the way that almost every pension plan works, as far as the average.
Oh, I know. I don't disagree with that. That's where I struggle with pension plans.
So I don't know that taxpayers would disagree with that, knowing that they're sitting out there with that same type program.
Yeah, I mean, when we offer.
And didn't I just understand it wouldn't be how much were we talking about if we did it this year?
650.
650?
1,000.
600,000,
versus
yes.
the true up is
65 or something like that.
77,000.
Or 77, sorry. Yeah. But again, it's not included in the budget this year, so.
I know, but I'm just saying.
It's a discussion for the future, but it's a good core philosophical conversation, because when I started to really research it, I get why it's a very valuable thing for employees. And if I was a municipal employee, I would love that. And I would want my city to provide that. But that's where I struggle to connect the two. The concept, the reason why the state designed it this way originally was to keep up with inflation. Because it's the challenge that teachers have when they retire, because their retirement benefits don't do a good job of keeping up with inflation. I just think that, personally, I think that the way that the state has designed this is very flawed, and it should be reevaluated, but that's a core person.
I think it's the main reason people work still for municipalities, as teachers, as firefighters, police, because that they know that that's the way that pension is. I think if you don't do the true up and you do it the other ways, I can see where people would use that as an excuse to say, I can move on down the road. And one of our main core thoughts along this path is to keep people here and to offer them that benefit package that makes them want to stay.
Possibly. I would give you the counterpoint to that is, once you've worked with the city for 3 years, we cover at the start your insurance cost 100% for you as an individual. I've never gotten that anywhere I've worked. Then at 3 years, we'll cover it for you and your dependents. We also cover your next level. We'll cover insurance for you when you do retire. The fact that the city contributes 14% already, the most that I can cap out with my personal job is a 10% match for my personal job. There's a lot of other benefits that you have working for the city of Manvel as a municipality outside of this retirement item, but maybe that's a conversation we'll have next year, Councilman. It's a good one. It's a good one.
I'd like to weigh in on that,
Absolutely.
if it's okay. Dan, I appreciate you bringing your personal experience to this, right? Because that's the view that most of us sit here with, is our own experiences and or the research that we do. And on that note, I'm a small business owner. I don't have a pension, but that's a choice. And my husband works for Centerpoint, he has pension. And that's what keeps him there. And that's why he's been there 15 plus years. And so historically, to attract top-notch people, you offer top-notch benefits. Now, when it comes to the dollar amount that our tax dollars cover, et cetera. I understand that. I understand that struggle, like, gosh, but we can't look at it from a perspective, and I'm not saying you are, we can't look at it from the perspective of, well, I don't get that. You get this, you get that. I wish I got that. I understand that, but as leaders who we are paving the legacy for our city, when we are no longer here, to have those employees like Tammy to come back and say, man, we have a city where people come and they stay, they stick. I know HEB, I know other corporations do the same. That's really what sets them apart, is that's how you get quality people and get them to stick, to create that family, create that culture so that you reduce turnover. But that also gives us the up, like you said, on top of all the other benefits that we as a city offer. It's like, we want the top-notch police department. We want the top-notch public works department. Now, what level of true up, that's to be debated. But I think that as leaders, we need to look at this a little more carefully to say, how can we create pensions and or monetary benefits for our employees for today and tomorrow, and not just look at, well, we get this and we get that. Historically, people go work for the government. Why? Because it's safe, it's secure, and they make good money. They get taken care of. They have good benefits. Do I agree with all of it? No. Let's just be real. But to that point, I think that's where I struggle with, where I hear you, but I also see my own perspective, like, if I'm not covered, I don't cover myself, but I can't look at it like that. I have to look at it more of, what are we creating here as a city, and for the future of who we hire, and when we're no longer here, who's going to take care of the citizens when we're gone, instead of that open door policy. And I'm not saying I'm against it or for it, right? I'm just saying it's definitely a good discussion to have, to your point, and to Councilman Bonner's, but it's touchy. But also, like Tammy, you've been here how many years? 15? 20? 21. Yeah, and I think she is exemplary to the point where she's devoted her life, her sleepless hours to a city that we weren't even here when she started 20 years ago. We were probably in elementary, maybe? Or some of us were. Middle school. Right? 20.
I was here.
You were here? I was born. No.
I was here.
But that's my point, is that it's easy to look at it from today, but when we look at it from a perspective of what are we really talking about? From a long-term perspective, I think it's definitely worth the discussion. And so that we do say, hey, we have this many people, and wear it as a badge of honor, not so much as, we're taking from here and trying to.
When the city did it the first time, I can honestly say there was not necessarily for myself, but when I started, the Public Works, Jay White made $13 an hour. And the thought of the little bit before the median pay increases were approved and his salary truly went to a director-style salary, for those 20 some odd years, he was making upwards of, maybe by that time, $18 an hour. So when he finally got that median pay increase, and some thought he should feel fortunate, which he did for that amount, but in reality, he got one of the higher pays because he'd been here for so long and so underpaid that new people were coming in at much higher pays. So it doesn't affect necessarily everybody across the board. It affects those people that have weathered the time at those lower amounts, and it catches them up to where they're now being paid. It was such a good feeling for the public works staff back then that they got, knowing they were going to be retiring before long, and got those amounts.
That is such a strong point, because we do see it in business and in companies where employees have been there for 10, 15 years, and the cost of hiring that same employee is now double. And so a lot of the employees that work at, per hour jobs, that's what happens, where they've been there for 10 years, they started out at 15, they're barely at 20, but people getting hired at that same job today would make more money. And they don't stay, they end up leaving. That creates turnover, all the other stuff that we can go in through later on. But that's why I'm saying this is a fantastic discussion, and that story is what's important. And also, we need to look at who's underpaid. across the board to make sure that everybody is getting paid what they should, but then here we are talking about budget, right? So let me back that one. Let me back that up just a little bit.
I think Manager Dan has an item to contribute.
Yeah, and in the budget, the preliminary proposed budget on Section 10, we included a sheet back there that shows sort of what other cities do in Brazoria County. So again, it's an important discussion point. Obviously, there's pros and cons to it, but we just wanted you to see, I think it's important so that you know what our competitors. Now, we've got pretty good
What page is that, Dan? I'm sorry?
It's the very last page, actually, of the document.
Very last page. The budget.
The budget.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, after you go past it says Section 10, TMRS updated service credit, then there's a page from TMRS, and then the spreadsheet after that.
So, Dan, and this isn't in the budget, but this is a good learning thing for us here. So, when we take a look at this, the USC, I see everyone that's contributing is at 100%.
Right.
That is the service credit?
Updated service credit.
Updated service credit. So when you go to, how does that work? What they're saying by 100% is every year they're updating you to what 100% would be, so they're constantly evaluating your past 3 years' salaries, or what does that column indicate?
No, it's never the 100%. It's a percentage that they calculate based on the people who sit there and calculate the numbers. Basically, what they try to do is 70 to 80% of your wages. So and the reason they do this is they don't want your quality of life to go down. If you're earning, for example, $50 an hour and you started at $20 an hour, imagine going back down to 30 when you retire. So that's why they do this updated service credit, so that you can keep your standard of living at about the same.
I think the 100% in this column is just that it's across the board, that everybody participates.
Everyone participating gets it, okay. And so
Apologies.
No, that's okay. The service credit COLA,
Right.
that would be to Rosie's point
Right,
as
exactly.
to what they're doing it based off of. Okay, and then the COLA type, we
Right.
see retroactive and non-retroactive. Can you explain what that means?
Retroactive goes way back from when you started working with a municipality versus non-retroactive. So they just go with your current wages instead of doing an overall look at everything. They're going to go back and recalculate it based on from the beginning.
Yeah, so the non-retroactive is from this point forward. Retroactive goes back when you first got into the TMRS system.
Okay,
is when-
and so then we have contributing members would be the number of employees that they have, and then they give us the population there too.
Right,
Yes.
right. And this was from last year, but, the number, I don't know if any of the other ones, the Jones Creek or Danbury or Surfside or Liverpool or Kentucky, I don't think, when I looked, I don't think those 5 have joined yet. But the ones that you see above, of course, the Pearlands, the Lake Jacksons, Alvin, Iowa Colony has the USC, just not the COLA, as an example. So I don't know, I hate to say competition, but the folks that, whenever you're looking for a job, and if that's the thing, if they're all equal, and like you said, of course, some of our benefits may be better, their salary may be better. So it's just one of those things I think we would feel remiss if we didn't, at least bring it to you as a decision point. Is this something that you want to provide or not?
Oh, that's good. I appreciate that. Good conversation there, Council. And Dan, as you said, Manager Dan, it's not in the budget now, but it's certainly a conversation to happen. And we care about our employees, and we want to make sure that you're taken care of. And we want to have these good, robust conversations to balance the needs of the community, the employees, understanding the full impacts there. My hesitation towards it is not that I don't want to see our employees taken care of. It's just comprehending the differences between what you might see in the private sector. It's just a very different approach. Not opposed to it, it's just a very different approach. Council, any additional comments or questions about the budget?
I have one.
We'll go Councilman Bonner, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Manager Dan, on your 4th page, there where you're showing the tax rates, additional revenue, and then you have a chart up above for supplemental requests. So it looks like here you were trying to show us that at 0.57, that would just about cover or would cover the cost of those requests. Is that
Yes, sir. It was
what
just
the
an
deal is
example.
there?
Yes, sir, just so you could kind of get
So
in the thing.
I'm wondering if for our next meeting, since we have now set the maximum rate at 0.58, can we get some comparison for the two levels? I mean, we know what .56 is what you're showing us in the budget. Can we get some idea of what could be done with .57 and with .58? Just so we have that information in front of us. I mean, we know it's going to be $122 more, is that per year? Is that what we decided at the .58? And I forget what my numbers I wrote down here were. I'm just trying to get an idea so that we can make better decisions of what you could do of all the requests that came in. If it was at .57 or .58, what could you do?
I think we're a lot closer to be able to do that now. You know, big decision point again was the credit card fees and the utilities. So now we can move past that. I think maybe if we could, Mayor, you know, maybe another fork in the road is the vehicle replacement fund. If you know where we landed on that, just so we can see exactly what we're left with. I would think, since we've agreed to do 9 of those supplementals with the Phase 4, I think the staffing would be the next place to look for a 57-cent or a 58-cent, for instance. And I think, Rosie, do you have that prepared to talk about at least?
On the 57-cent, we would maybe get 2 to 3 employees. On the 58 cents, we could probably manage 4 to 5 employees. And that's lowering some line items to be able to finish completely.
And so what?
Then within that proposal right there, how would it be determined? Because there was more than one department that had employees. So how would that come down? Is that a sit down with you and?
We did, yeah.
Actually, I sat down with.
Rock, paper, scissors, or?
It was a feat of strength. Yep.
I sat down with the directors and I had them narrow some. For example, Chief, his main ask is at least one of the record clerks, 3 jailers, and his forensic investigator is his top 5. Mm-hmm. So I know for sure we need to staff some of the chiefs, at least the jailers or at least the records clerk. The other urgent one is probably engineering and development services, and then a couple of people for Robbie if we could.
Because I'm really struggling with, especially with the chief, how do we even staff a jail if we don't get a couple of jailers?
Exactly.
And pretty much the answer is the only option is to take people off the street. Is that what the citizens want? I really don't know. I don't think so. I mean, we're already seeing around us what I call an increase in crime. I mean, we've all seen Iowa Colony in the last couple of days and some of the reports of stuff that's happening. And I know that was said that was domestic. That could happen here just as well as it could there. But we also know we've got communities around us that have higher crime rates and higher what I call possibilities because of some of the decisions they've made on, and this is my personal belief, the decisions they've made to put apartment units in have caused some of that to happen. I think statistics tell you that. So I just wonder, I'm worried that there's some key personnel that we need to maintain safety, which everybody has always said is one of the top priorities of this community. We got to figure some things out. And if, you know, we've about identified all the money I could think of to do, and none of that qualifies to do people with. So I don't know where we got to dig a little bit harder and have some tough decisions, but we need some answers to fight for those deals there. We can't go to the public when they ask, why did you want to do this or that, and not have data to tell them why.
At least the main ones that we are focusing in is Chief's record clerk and the 3 jailers. If we can get the engineer and the forensic investigator, that would be great. If not, at least try to get 1 or 2 people for Robbie. But again, I'm going to have to go back to the directors to see if they can cut anywhere else also so that we can get more of the personnel.
Well, thank you, Councilman. We'll go Mayor Pro Tem next, then we'll go Manager Dan, and then I'll follow up after that.
And I'll go after.
You ready, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I am. Just going over some of these numbers, the sales tax revenues. So we're showing $2,090,000 increase on sales tax revenues. And we're showing $160,000 increase on ad valorem taxes and $260,000 increase on other sources. But the overall transfer in budget is 1.645, so we're losing some in other areas. It's gone down as far as what we have for our working from last year to this year. But you stated that every cent increase is about $185,000 added money coming in.
Yes.
So looking at it backwards, like this on sales tax is $2,090,000. If we didn't have that coming in, and you divided that by $185,000, that equates to about 11-cent tax increase. If we didn't have that money coming in, we would be looking at 11-cent tax increase just to keep with last year's.
That sounds right, yeah. Yes, sir.
Or is it deficit?
Well, it'd be a deficit, yeah.
I mean, obviously, to balance the budget, we would just have to cut expenses, cut departments or whatever else. So, and you're absolutely right. The sales tax is a projection. You know, that's based on, just like this year, the revenues aren't quite there. So
But we're about $1
thankfully,
billion behind.
right.
And
So,
we only have 3 more months?
right. But our expenditures are behind too. So we don't go spend everything, you know, the first 3 months
right.
because if the revenues don't come in, it's only there if it's there. If it's not there, then we can't spend it.
Right. Well, that's in itself is shocking that we're about $1 million short on tax revenue. So we missed the mark on that one.
And Mayor Pro Tem, are you saying, is that property tax or sales tax?
Sales tax.
Sales tax is 2 months behind, it lags 2 months from the state. So what you're looking at is through August 1st, but think of sales tax as only through,
May?
through May. Because the state has to
June.
process it and send it to
Okay,
us.
so we have 2 more months plus the remaining,
2 more months.
basically 5 months more.
4.
Okay.
Four
Well, that's close then, because that's,
That'll be spot on, because we're averaging about $300,000 a month in sales tax revenue, so we're probably actually going to be over what we projected by about $100,000.
okay.
Yep.
And what I did for next year is I looked at what the growth was this year, and I predicted the same percentage of growth for next year.
How do you figure in Lowe's?
Yeah.
How do you come up with it? Do you look at what their business?
Without divulging numbers, we got another business that's similar, how much we're getting in tax there, and then how much goes to MEDC, and then divided the rest of it for us.
So it's a good guess.
Yes, it's a good guess. It could be more.
Locationally speaking, where that facility is going to be in regards to another facility of roughly the same size. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Manager Dan, did you have an item that you wanted to cover? Thinking back a few minutes, maybe. Just raise your hand if it comes to you there. If we're talking about some staffing positions that we need, if we're being conservative, Rosie, in the budget, where this year we're underspending by about $850,000, would that lead us to believe that we're going to take the similar approach for next year's budget? And based off of that, adjustments could be made that would open up some of that funding to be used for some of those staffing positions?
You mean like mid-year adjustments again?
Mid-year adjustments, because if we're underspending by $850, I'd be curious to know in what areas are we underspending? Is it fixed costs? Or is it fluid costs that we chose just not to spend the money to get this piece of equipment or to get that supply?
It's a little of both.
Because if it's a fixed cost that's coming in lower, then that is reoccurring revenue that we would have compared to the one-time costs.
For example, right now, the electricity for PD, we're estimating $10,000 a month. It could be more, it could be less, we still don't know.
Gotcha, okay. So, Manager Dan, I took note, there were 2 items that you mentioned a fork in the road regarding the vehicle replacement fund. What are you looking for? Kind of thumbs up, thumbs down from council on for that?
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's 4 options. We'll just make it easy. 0, again, like last year, I don't recommend that option. 200,000, 400,000, or catch up all the way at 600,000. So Rosie is kind of in the middle of 400,000. That's what we've got built in right now. it's just like, kind of like the rates or anything else. The longer that we kick it, then the more it's going to add up. So that's one of the forks. If we could kind of land on that, because let's be honest, 200,000 opens up some salaried positions, you know, and we can't use fund balance for salary. I mean, that'd be completely inappropriate, because to move that over for salaries, well, what happens if we don't have that next year? You know, you don't want to hire and then turn around and lay off, of course. So any fund balance transfers, I think, should be one-time expense, and we've got that in our policy.
Okay, so that's a decision there. And then the other, Dan, you said was tax rate. You guys are really looking tonight to know if there's a supermajority, which would need to be 5 people, that's willing to go up to 57 or 58 cents, because we're voting on our first approval of the budget at our next meeting. And you guys really need to know what to prepare. There was 2 council members that voted against setting the max at the 58 cents. And so you guys are, go ahead. Was there a clarification?
I'm sorry. So at your next meeting, you will have the budget hearing, but the vote you're taking is just to set the adoption date. You're not voting on the tax rate or anything. There's just one reading for both ordinances.
Oh, just one. Okay, perfect. I thought it was 2 for some reason, so thank you for that. But you're, Dan, looking as, because you guys really need to know if council is legitimately looking at going to 57 or 58 cents, we need to set those expectations now. If we're not, then you guys are going to operate within what the budget's at right now, and that's going to drive some decisions. And so those are 2 kind of thumbs up that you're looking for tonight. Okay, so we'll tack those on at the end here to make sure we'll wrap up the conversations with those. A few, you guys kind of talked through some of the different items that I had here. You know, Dan, Rosie, we talked about data analytics a lot when we met last week, and going to, you know, making sure we have a balanced budget, but understanding what the performance-based budgeting approach is, understanding data. You know, what, if we add staff, what do we expect as the output from that staff? If we're looking to increase in these areas, you know, it's because we're driving X amount of miles more per vehicle. That's why we need to start contributing more to the vehicle replacement fund, et cetera. Want to just put that out there, council. That's something that I've been thinking about a lot. I'm going to want to have us here probably after the budget gets adopted to really start talking about a unified parks plan. You know, what does that process look like? As Councilman Bonner mentioned, you know, the one parks employee we did have kind of went off and he found a better job, and it's a great fit for him, but that does leave a gap. And we don't have anyone really out there that has that necessarily, what I would say, the true expertise to take care of Croy Park or Almost Heaven Park. And we need to figure out what our plan's going to be there. We're also for animal control heading to the future, I would love to see us have that animal control strategic plan. Now, when we put these plans together, all of that costs money, but understanding what we might be looking at for those, knowing the money's not in this year's budget to do that, but possibly some mid-year adjustments if our revenues are coming in higher than expected. Councilman Bonner and Mayor Pro Tem, you guys had talked about an efficiency audit, kind of taking a look at that. Do you two gentlemen, before we turn it over to Councilwoman Sarmiento, do you guys want to speak to that? I want to make sure we honor your agenda request there.
You want to go first? Or
No, go ahead.
I mean, I think when we made this request, it kind of got taken wrong. Wrong meaning not the way we looked at it, okay? And I'm not looking for somebody to come in and start a witch hunt looking for what's going on in this department. Are they doing? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people that work with it every day in their business tend to they get into, rut is a bad word, but they get into certain ways they do stuff and you just can't see it. Okay? Time and time again, we see when an outside person looks at it objectively and they're just looking at how are you spending, how are you procuring, how are you doing every phase of what you do, they may find some things and make some suggestions to where we could save ourselves some money. You know, we may find that we're doing the best job in the world. I don't know. But I'd like to run a pure efficiency evaluation of how are our procedures working and just take a look. I think other places have looked at it and come out with some savings and some new ways that we could do procedures. And I just think it's a good idea every once in a while to have somebody that's not looking at it day to day and doing something, have them take a different look at it.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything you wanted to add?
And if someone on the outside looks at this budget, maybe they can come up with, or have suggestions on how to itemize some of this differently. Break this down further, show this different, show that, I mean, just, one thing that, I don't know exactly where, but I've seen through here, miscellaneous budget, miscellaneous this, and that amount, what is that miscellaneous for? When do you say, okay, we're not gonna list pencils and pens, but let's put a limit, $10,000 or whatever, anything over that, don't put it under miscellaneous, give it a line item. I really want to use the words transparent, but just maybe a different approach to show the different breakdowns of the monies.
Yeah, I think to speak to that point, Councilman, I like the thought process, and I don't know necessarily what the cost would be. And Dan, I know you've had preliminary conversations, so maybe we can have an agenda item for this in the future and have a conversation about if council would like to go forward. This is different than our yearly annual financial audit, which is required by law. Rosie and her team do a phenomenal job with that. The city of Houston recently did one. Theirs was crazy expensive because they've got over $1 billion budget. Rosie, imagine managing that budget. But when I look at it, I always go back to Rosie, what you said. It's stuck with me ever since you said it, that a $4,000 printer could save you guys a day and a half of work every single month. That is such a huge quality of life. That's such a huge efficiencies savings. And as I think about it, knowing that, you guys as our department heads and the team here, you guys are in the fire day in and day out, taking care of this, working on that, coming up with that idea. I want to make sure that we as council are looking and finding ways to help you guys streamline things, to look for how, if we make this investment over here or over there, it's going to open up your time. So I think of Wale is managing all of our capital projects on a spreadsheet right now. Not all of them. I know we have some stuff that's available to us, but a lot of it's spreadsheets. So you're copying from this spreadsheet over to that spreadsheet, putting in this formula, and then this person's rolling it up to that spreadsheet, and it's just spreadsheet stacked on spreadsheet stacked on spreadsheet. And whereas a $5,000 software would streamline that and make it so much easier. And that's where I think the efficiency audit's really going to come into play, is what are we just not seeing? Because we're so just focused on, we got to get the task done. Dan has 55 emails from council to answer, and Bobby's reading up on law, and Chief is managing 20 different divisions and trying to wrap up the police station. And, Robbie's getting calls about this culvert and working on that. And you guys are busy. So there's things out there I know that we can improve upon, and having someone come in and help us identify those areas for improvement is where my mind goes to. So understanding what the cost would be, taking a look at that, seeing if council wants to make that investment, I think is a worthy conversation. I appreciate you two gentlemen bringing that forward.
I thought of something, but I can't think of what it was.
Oh, good. Councilwoman Sarmiento has been patiently waiting. Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We'll turn it over to you now.
Okay, I have a couple statements, and these are going to be challenging, so sorry. But that's just how my brain works. Y'all already know I'm a D. The first is, as conservatives, we like to be conservative with our budgets and our tax dollars and have accountability and nitpick the budget, only to come to the conclusion that, gee, gosh, we don't want to have to raise the tax rate, but it's my values, or I'm not going to do it, but yet struggle with public opinion versus what is truly needed. And we've sat here like we did last year and the year before, and we go through all of these numbers and exhaustive hours, right? You guys put in work, we come back, we question, we try to find, every little thing we can to either prove or find another way. With all that said and done, last year was tough for us because we adopted a rate, but yet we still added in the homestead exemption, And I'm thrilled because things seem to work out, right? But what I'm seeing today is if we adopt the no new revenue rate, what I'm envisioning is people quitting because we've seen some stuff happen the last few days, right, with emails and people resigning or whatnot. In my mind, it looks like some vehicles' wheels might fall off. We'll just go without. We'll have to ration where money goes. And so it looks like doom and gloom. So that's kind of the thing that we have to go home with, right, and sleep on. And what do we do? Do we do what's best for the city and say, hey, we're going to do the tough thing? Because are we always going to be playing catch up like we did when Mayor Dan, me, and I guess David Lands and Mayor Pro Tem Lands and Councilmember Oplinger, when we came in, we were playing catch up. And here we are having to vote and think about that. That's a tough one. It's tough. It's not something that we take lightly. And we want the best for our employees and we want the best for our city. And we have people moving to Manvel from all over the United States, and we have to be accountable to that. So I just wanted to make that one point right there, that don't think that we're asking all these questions and then we're just going to show up and vote a certain way anyway. I lose sleep over this. And I know that mainly most of us do as well, because it's tough. We don't want to have to raise the rate or know we have to, but then not. I mean, it's tough. The other thing is that this question is, if we were to adopt the cap, the max that we set at the last council meeting, at what point do we go back to some things that we discussed, Manager Dan, like an assistant city manager? Because I haven't heard that come up at all this budget season, and we really pushed in on it 2 years ago and last year, and it's kind of been, and I know we got Lizette, which is phenomenal. We found a way to get her. So that's something that I've been passionate about since we talked about it a couple years ago. Is not so much because we need another assistant manager. It's more of, how do you run a city with just a CEO and not a vice president, et cetera, et cetera. You got to do the right thing. So I'm struggling with, okay, we've got to watch where our dollars go. We have these crucial needs, but also, you mentioned it yourself, right? Like, you've got so many people that report to you, and then we report here. And so that's something that I want to know. Like, if we give you guys a budget where we can do those things, can we put that in the budget and make it happen? And where's the disconnect from last year to this year from not having that position? Because I think we talked about having that personnel, right? Or what am I missing?
Yes, ma'am. It's one of the 40 positions on the staff request. It's
Gosh,
there.
man.
Yep.
Okay. Is that something that you feel would be beneficial to the city?
Certainly. I mean,
Okay.
That's
Certainly.
absolutely. But like it came up a minute ago. I mean, there's 40 or 39 other positions that are competing. I mean, everybody's busy. Everybody's trying to be as efficient as they possibly can. So
Yeah.
Chief shouldered the entire department for many years, and now he's got the assistant chief. So the relief a little bit, is there. So I mean, it makes sense. It's certainly not pushing back. It's just.
Are you insinuating that chief can be the assistant? Is that what I heard?
No, I just meant along the same lines. I mean, he had a huge department. I mean, essentially half the staff, and no, if I'm reading his mind, absolutely not.
He's like negative.
I'm looking at those retirement credits.
As soon as y'all get that squared away, then we'll lose him. Yeah.
There's an asterisk by that. It says
Exactly.
you can't do it.
I come from the thought process, and I know Mayor Dan and I had different viewpoints on this a few years ago. I think we have the same one now. I'm not sure, but I think that from a leadership standpoint, I think we could probably get into the details of, well, do we really need it? Is it in the budget? Can we push it out another year, et cetera? But historically, when you have really top leadership at the top, things can really run smoother, and then you can offload things, and the city can move forward faster. That, to me, brings efficiency to the table. So I just really wanted to know, where do we stand with that? Obviously, the budget is going to be tight. It's going to be tight. So again, but I believe that by it being tight and us doing the right thing, I think we as leaders and elected officials and you guys, we are being good stewards by having the discussions, by finding out it's not just adopting a rate and moving forward, having these in-depth meetings, nitpicking every single line item, the departments, the needs, the wants, the where's this money going to. I think that is transparency. And I think that is showing our public, hey, this is why we're doing what we're doing. And if they have the time to go back and watch 50 hours of footage, they would have probably arrived at the same conclusion. But that's really where I stand as far as, I guess, summarizing the whole thing is that ultimately it's going to be tight. But we are doing the right thing by having the discussions and finding out, like, look, if we don't do this, this is how we're going to suffer. And we can't say we're leaders and say, well, we're just going to suffer, right? Like we did last year, which I don't think we were at that point because we had some flexibility and you guys really rose to the occasion. Like, I'm so impressed. But if we could summarize it, like Councilman Bonner said, is like, if we were to do this and not do this, what is really truly at stake? Like, will the city burn down? Will we go back in time and lose efficiency? Or truly, if we adopt the 57, the 58, or if we don't, or what if we adopt the no new revenue rate? That's still on the table.
It could.
It could. I mean, a lot can happen in a couple weeks.
Yes, it can.
A lot can happen. So,
Dramatic
anyway,
music plays. Dun, 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 dun.
I rest my case. I'm kidding.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I think he was going to respond.
Yeah, do you have anything, Manager Dan, that you'd like to respond to there?
One, dear God, don't do that to us on what you just said. So, and I'm going to get ideological for a minute, but if the sort of this triangle of citizenry and council and staff, I mean, we really, the title for this year's budget is Better Together. And I think we truly mean that we're here and, y'all have hired some really amazing professionals to do the will of council, which is the will of the people. So it is truly this symbiotic relationship. So whenever you're going through the budget and you see this one went up, well, this one went down, this one stayed the same, this one went up, this one down. I hope you trust that we embody these core values too. I'm not scolding you. I hope that you truly do know that each director went through meticulously for their department. Then Rosie's gone through, I promise you, more meticulously than you or I have done to make sure, and sometimes changes the number. Sometimes she tells them about it. Sometimes, am I speaking out of school? Yep. Sometimes, no, you don't need this much. You're not spending this much. So she has those conversations, and then I have those conversations. So we try and get it as, there's going to be tweaks, of course, but I just sort of want to reinstill that. What we're trying to do is y'all have come to expect, and the citizens expect, a certain level of service, and they should. This is not a janky town. This is like a legitimate town. And what we're building, we're not building duct tape and barbed wire. Like, we're trying to make it right. So we're not going for the Cadillac. What do you say, Chad?
We go for the Kia version and then work our way up to the Cadillac.
So this is a Kia version, but it's got all the options on it.
Kias are nice, okay?
Yeah. So anyway, so I hope you understand that that's what we're trying to do. And the last thing I would say is that this is for a certain amount of time. If those sales tax projections do come in, that's only going to continue. Now, y'all just had a presentation for Home Depot, for heaven's sakes. I mean, if things continue like they are, then there's going to be a time where sales tax is our majority revenue generator, not ad valorem. So what we don't want to do, just like the rates that we talked about earlier, we don't want to just sit on it. Like, if the directors told us we need 40 people to keep the foot on the gas, I don't know how you ignore that. We can't afford 40, so which ones do we prioritize? But if you're not constantly, whether it's police or whoever, then when all of a sudden when you get to that point and we're at 30,000 or 40,000 or 50,000 people, we're way behind the curve. So we have to stay up. You look at the other cities around us, and once you get to that point, then the sales tax can start coming back down, because we talked about earlier, you've got more people participating, in the overall good. So I'll get off my soapbox, but that's all I got to say about
We'll go, Mayor Pro Tem.
In your spare time, in Rosie's spare time, because y'all know what's coming down the pipe better than we do, So like if it may be beneficial if we had a projection of, okay, 2026, 2027, 2028, these things are coming at us, Like next year, our health insurance is going to go up, our year after, we know some of those is going to hit us, just sitting here doing nothing. They're coming. So if they may help us a little bit knowing, kind of like it's a game plan, Me and my house, I have projects. I know what I'm going to do next. I know what's coming. But some of the stuff we don't know. We're being blindsided, kind of, not by not giving us information, but just haven't asked for it, I guess. But if we knew some of those things coming a year, 2 years down the road, it may stun the sting a little bit, But yeah, definitely, if we don't continue down the path with a huge commercial growth, then we're going to continue to be in trouble, And I just don't see us being able to do any more of these big sweetheart deals for these developers. They're just going to have to come to the table and say, if you want to develop here, we need the tax money, or we need a bigger portion than 0%. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Rossi Knox, Roby Robinson, Councilwoman, and then Councilman Oplager. Do you guys have anything that you guys would like to add? Any comments, questions? Want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity here. Processing it all?
This is on the topic of, you want to comment on the budget, or
Yeah, any
comment on our thoughts on the 58 cents?
We'll get to that in a second. I know Dan's looking for some real clarity there, so we'll get to that in a second. But any questions or comments that you have for staff as it relates to the budget specifically? Right now? No? Okay.
No,
Not right now? Okay.
have to wait the next couple of weeks to be interesting.
Councilman Bonner?
Kind of what Councilman Lands was saying, at some point, we can't depend on sales tax from the restaurants that are coming in and the Lowe's. At what point do you think we need to try and figure out how do we shift that to a bigger commercial product? I mean, we see them going in all around us. We have some areas that we could identify for some of that type growth in some areas, but I mean, that seems to bring in the biggest and quickest money, because they put these buildings up, all of a sudden, they may not be paying you, they may not have a tenant in it, but they've still got a building built that they're paying taxes on. And I know those agreements take a lot, and it has to be worked through EDC, but at some point, we need to look at what other growth besides the restaurants, the grocery stores, the supply businesses, what can we bring in that somebody's looking to come to this area? I know we've had talks with Brazoria County Alliance down there, and they've said our railway that runs through here presents a great opportunity, and that they have some leads. And I think we need to get that on the radar and figure out how do we start utilizing them to try and see if we can get the right business to come. Some of the nanotechnology and stuff like that is out there, and I just think we need to look at that aspect so that 2 years from now, we're talking about $7 and $8 million in tax revenues coming in, and we don't have these issues of trying to figure out how we get a tractor and a jailer. We're talking about, hey, we've got enough tax money now that we can start saying, let's go down on the tax rate maybe a little bit. So,
good comments there, Councilman. I think to that point, I watched the PD&Z, their recent meeting where they got a presentation of the comprehensive plan, and that's going to really start to equip us to go after some of those items, looking to partner with the EDC in the future to hire an economic development director, someone along those lines will allow us to say, all right, we got our strategic plan. We've updated our thoroughfare plan. We have our comprehensive plan. Let's go and bring those businesses in. Dan, to one of the comments that you made that I want to speak to is, I wouldn't say that it's anyone up here, it doesn't trust staff. When I ask my questions, and I feel this from a lot of council, is it's a desire to understand. It's a desire to appreciate it and recognize that these aren't just numbers on a piece of paper, but these are real people that go through real challenges, have real failures and successes each and every day. And for me, I have that, as I mentioned to you, I have that itch in the back of my head of always wanting to understand and look at things and comprehend them in that way. And the questions that we ask, the curiosity that we have is also because I get asked every single day these questions, as we all do sitting up here from the community. And we want to represent each of you as a collective team. We want to represent the city the best that we can. And having that information readily available is impressive to people because they know that we're on top of things, and that's how we all end up being better together. I do want to make sure that we again highlight the successes that Dan, you, Rosie, and the team have, over the past 2 weeks. You guys have collectively found a lot of money in the budget to do some different things with, to make sure that we can cover the benefits, to make sure that we can get the vehicles, $887,000 in vehicles. That's a lot of vehicles. That's really good. $850,000 savings in this year's budget to open up for next year's budget. That's $1 million. That's a lot of money. And that's because of y'all's wise fiscal stewardship, and I appreciate that. So Dan, to go to your two forks in the road, the first one is the vehicle replacement fund. Council, it's proposed at $400,000 contribution in this year's budget, $200,000 to replenish the fund, $2,000 to help with this year's vehicle replacements. Are you guys wanting to see that go up to $600,000 to catch up for last year, to go down to $200,000, or are you guys happy with the $400,000 mark?
But yeah, we're spending $800 this year. And we're looking for...
Technically, what you could say is you could look at it as we're technically, Rosie, we're spending out of the fund balance, we're spending $687 because $200,000 is coming from the $400,000 we'd be contributing. And then we're looking to replenish for this year. We haven't done it the past 2 years, so we're a little bit behind there. So instead of it just being a clean wash of coming in, going out, we're just kind of keeping status quo right now. I'll say I'm in support of keeping it at the 400,000. I definitely don't want to see us reduce it at all. That's what I would say.
But if we kept it at 400, then there's still 1.6 for additional, so if there are certain members that are against increasing the rate, are we saying that we have the extra money to also cover the other maybe I'm confused because.
I think you're thinking exactly right. I mean, so it's do we not want to do what we're supposed to do? And I say supposed to. Do we not want to replenish the vehicle fund? Do we want to use essentially tax dollars instead? I mean, it's basically a wash. It's about 200,000, 187, I think, so per penny. So that's.
Well, I guess where I don't understand how you can do both. How do you contribute 400 to make up for the other 2 years that they didn't contribute, but then also not want to increase the tax rate?
Well, I am not in support of increasing the tax rate, and I'll explain to you my logic for that. Mm-hmm. We have $887,000 going out of the vehicle replacement fund. The argument that I would make is maybe we don't need to put out some of that money. I think we're still fine with putting out that money. We have $850,000 in this year's budget that we're saving that can be used for other expenditures. We also just approved almost $1 million of expenditures for Robbie's department for vehicles. That was not projected within the budget when it was presented. We just, this past week, got an additional $400,000 from EDC that was not projected in the budget when it was presented. So when I look at that, when I look at the 850, when I look at the 400, when I look at the million, that's an additional $2.2 million of expenditures that we're making for this proposed budget that was not taken into consideration when the budget was presented. So to me, then on top of that, you're gonna, the potential to increase the tax rate by 2 cents to get little over $400,000 when we've already found an additional 2.2 to spend in this year's budget on top of the 1.6 that was originally projected. So you'd be looking at roughly $3.8 million in new expenditures in the proposed budget on top of what we spent last year. That's where I can't wrap my head around increasing the tax rate above 56 cents when we also just increased utility rates. We also just passed along credit card fees to those that want to use the credit cards. For me, and I understand the benefit that could come, you know, the opportunity cost that could come from increasing the tax rate. That's for me how I justify my position of, to answer your question, my position of keeping the tax rate at 56 cents.
Okay, that was a lot for me to follow, and maybe if it was on one piece of paper and I could see the numbers and how, but to me, I mean, one, I definitely don't want to increase taxes, but then as I've been listening to everyone, it sounds like at a certain point, we kind of have to so that they can get certain things done. But then I hear, I don't know, I find it, I'm just confused. But I'm sure the math is mathing. It was very hard for me to follow because, yeah. So when I hear like, okay, put 400,000 so we can catch up for not contributing for the last 2 years, but then also I don't want to increase it this amount to cover these other things, then I'm like, well, why do you want to put 400,000 there? Like, where's that going to come from? And then if there's I don't know, to me, it doesn't make sense, but I'm sure.
Well, what I would say, Councilwoman,
On your
I would say
paper.
is the 56 cents, let's be honest about this, because our appraisals have increased, all of our tax bills are going to go up this year with adopting the 56 cents. So even though we're keeping the tax rate flat, my tax bill is going to increase by $161 to the city.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
And so for me, when we talk about saying, okay, you're not supporting increasing the tax rate, yeah. But also, when I say replacing the $400,000 to that vehicle fund, as you just mentioned, my taxes are going up. And so that's where I justify, I could make the argument, you know what, let's not add to the vehicle replacement fund. And by doing that, by let's say not putting $200,000 to the vehicle fund, let's drop the tax rate by a penny to 55 cents. I could say that. And then my taxes probably wouldn't go up that much. But I understand there is, as a part of society, there is a cost to doing business there, so.
What was the thought process last year about not contributing in the year before?
For last year specifically, I think if I remember correctly, it was because we wanted to do the homestead exemption. And the offset for doing the homestead exemption, which was a 10% homestead exemption, was one of the sacrificial lambs, we'll say, was not contributing to the vehicle replacement fund last year. If I have that correct, yeah.
But don't you think, in hindsight, you know, we had that discussion about 5%. We had a discussion about 0.
And 20%.
And 20%, okay? Which we didn't have as long a discussion on 20% as we did on the others. But people got that 20%, and they thought it was good.
10%.
It was, 10%, thought it was good. Never going to think it's enough. That's just common thought. But was it what we should have done? I don't know. I struggled with it last year, and I even made the comment that, you know, we're going to see next year if it was the right deal to do. And while I still think it was okay to do, it hurt us because that was how many millions of dollars?
$1,000.
Right at $1 million? Which we could be using now, but we helped our citizens. That's what we're all up here to try and do. I'm kind of like the council lady right there, where at some point, people don't want to lose services, okay? And I think we're at that point right now to where I want to see the numbers. I can't vote for a tax increase until I have something in front of me that says, if we do this, this is what we can do, if we can, and that's why I asked for the deals. Once I see those, that's when I can make a more intelligent understanding and decide, you know, here's what we can do if we stay the same. Here's what we can't do if we stay the same. Like I said earlier, I'm really, really worried about public safety. I really am at the current 56 cents. Can we do what we do? And if we do enough to make it the same safe city that we live in right now, what other service does that affect? That's the answer, you know. And I don't know what that does. And
That's fair, Councilman.
people want their safety, but they also want their streets to be nice, and they also want parks, and they want all this other stuff. And at some point, it's a hard comment to make, but sometimes you have to pay a little bit more to get what you want. And we're trying our best to figure out how to get them some things. That was our discussion last council meeting with the PP3 discussion, is how can we give somebody a $700 million facility out here and not raise your taxes? Well, if we can find out how to do that, you got to give us a little bit back as a citizen and say, they're actually trying to do something for me. And that's just kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, that's fair, Councilman.
I really like Manager Dan's statement of, we are not trying to build a janky city here. And that really hit home, because for years, we've all heard this, right? I moved here because I was told we were going to be the next Woodlands. So I know Meridiana is the next Woodlands, but not so much Manvel. And although I love to look at things conservatively, experience teaches us different. That on paper it looks one way, but we have to do what is right. What is right, and that's save money, save taxpayers' money, be great stewards of it, without the appearance of we're doing the right thing. Well, we got to do the right thing, and sometimes that takes guts. It takes guts to say, you know what, guys?
At some point, we got to be the city on the rise.
Exactly. So again, the struggle bus for me is, and Dan, Mayor Dan, when you look at those numbers that you're talking about, I know last time you brought a sheet, remember, and you had like your pathway to how to get there. And I love that you're so meticulous with numbers, because that, like you just answered her, that makes my wheels spin, like, now I see this side of it, now I see this side of it. That's a very valid argument. But what we're doing here is we're hearing from our professional, right? Like, how long have you been doing this?
30-some years.
30 years. This is an expert. This is an expert, right? They say after 20 years of doing something, you're an expert in your field. And so if we have an expert telling us, this is what we have, we've done this, we've done that, how do we arrive somewhere else other than, are we saying that our expert her information isn't good enough? And if we trust our employees, at what point do we say, you're the best at what you do, thank you for your time, thank you for your effort, I'll consider your needs, right? I didn't move to a janky town. I'm sorry, I didn't. And I didn't move to Manvel to save money on taxes. I left Harris County, I left Houston, Texas, where when I called the police, it took them 7 hours to get to my property for a robbery in progress. Where I move here, and I call them, my daughter's having a seizure, they're in my door in less than 60 seconds. That makes me proud. We cannot compromise safety. There's certain things we can't compromise. Now, does that mean I'm going to vote for the for the max? Probably not. But these are things that, you know, when people are watching this or they ask us, what do you guys do on council? This is the stuff. This is what it's about, is we're really making the big decisions for the people, for our families, for those that are coming in the future and those that have been here 20 years. And this is tough. It's not easy. But I need those numbers in writing so I can really weigh those. Because if we found $2 million, why didn't the expert find it? Where are we finding? And if they did, if that's there.
They did. They were the ones that.
Okay, so if they did, then what do you have?
Actually, if I may comment, those streams of line, we can use it for equipment, but we cannot use it for payroll.
We can't use it for payroll.
Exactly,
and
that's where the need is.
So then we have to look at how much do we increase or what does the budget look like to cover personnel? We cannot operate a functioning business, city. You can't do anything of significance on bare bone people. You just can't. It'll fall apart. So we have to be very real. We have to be mature about these decisions and say, at what point do we sacrifice again for what appears to be a savings? Or when we're balancing our family budgets, what do? We have to have money in savings, and if you don't, you're not a good steward of your family. You're not protecting your family. My first responsibility is my family. So our first responsibility as leaders is to protect our citizens, the money that comes in, and what we do with it, so that we give them a safe place to live, so that our kids can walk to school safely on sidewalks, not ditches, right? At the end of the day, this isn't just, we're having meetings and talking numbers. This is reality. This is a real business. This is a real city. People's lives are on the line, real roads, real infrastructure, and that's the reality of it. It's tough. So with all that being said, I need those numbers because I'm going to go home now and process. Thanks, Dan, for dropping that in my brain. Okay. Off my soapbox.
The only other thing, sorry to interrupt, but when he was saying the numbers, and yeah, it would be helpful on a sheet. Since you guys are the experts, I was going to ask, was what he was saying making sense? Like, I mean, not to say it wasn't making sense, but I'm just saying to you, do you hear the justification of why we don't need to increase because there's money here, there's money there, and then we could pull this from there and that, like, did that make sense to you?
To a certain point, because the streams of money that he mentioned is good for equipment, one-time purchases, but not for the payroll.
Correct.
Payroll has to come from a tax increase, basically.
Okay.
So where would you propose then? If we don't increase it, like you said, you're not for it, right? And this money that's here, if we found that and that came in, which that wasn't projected, some of that was found, which we're assuming we're going to find some more next year. Tax revenues will go up. We'll have more money to work with. And those are for one-time purchases. My own, sorry. For one-time purchases. Mm-hmm. Then where do we find the money to cover the payroll if we don't?
Well,
so I can understand. That's why I'm asking. Like, if in
so
your numbers where would we find that?
This would not be for payroll.
So where would we find that, though?
So,
what's the solution?
So the question is, if you want to add staff, you will have to vote for a tax rate increase. If you're okay with just having the increase in equipment, then you can keep the tax rate flat. That's really putting it down into simple terms.
So what you're saying
is you don't want to.
It's not that I don't want to.
But no, like, so you saying no to is essentially saying no new people. But we will, we'll find a way for the equipment, but no new personnel. Or is that what you're thinking too, Garrett? Because I know you guys both.
So I would say
no.
technically.
I can speak in a second.
Yeah, so I would say technically to that. Let's not forget that we proactively hired 3 employees in last year's budget that we are having to allocate full-time salaries for this year. We as council could have said, you know what, we didn't approve it in the budget, so we're not going to make any adjustments. We're going to wait to hire these positions until the next year's budget. And we could have done that. But we found an amazing emergency management coordinator, Jamie, and we found 2 patrol officers that were able to add to the staffing. So This budget that's proposed is taking into consideration now 3 full-time salaries that last year's approved budget didn't take into consideration. And so for me, knowing that my school district taxes are about to go up, knowing that every other entity, including the city of Manvel, my taxes overall right now are projected to increase by $1,000 this year, based off of my appraisal increase, plus my utility rates just went up, that for me, when I look at it, I say there's a lot of wins in this, and I would love to be able to add full-time people. But in order to keep the tax rate flat, which is still going to be a tax payment increase for our citizens, that we would go without staffing for this year, and then possibly do some mid-year adjustments again, depending on the financial forecast. And we would look at it last year. This past year's budget, we approved 4 staffing positions. We actually ended up getting 7. So what it comes down to in simple terms is if you want to increase the tax rate, you're getting staff. If you don't increase the tax rate, you're not getting staff, but you can get a dang sure good amount of equipment. That's going to go to a lot of good.
Well, at least that explanation makes more sense to me, just because, so you're essentially saying, since you are already not personal, but in general, are already going to see an increase for utilities and then everything you just listed, you're saying that you also don't want to add a tax increase to cover new personnel.
Knowing we need it.
Yeah. So, but that makes more sense than saying like all the numbers in the pay, because I was not following. I was just like, but I still wasn't. That makes sense. So you're saying
it's not that.
So
it's not that I would love to see us hire more staff, and I would love to see us do that. But when I'm looking at balancing things out, and I'm looking at being methodical and strategic about it, and weighing out the pros and the cons, while I know that we need the 40 additional. Well, I know what staff is asking for the 40 additional staff, saying that we're going to increase the tax rate, which would increase my tax bill by almost $300. That's a tough pill to swallow, because it's not just for me, but there's citizens in Manvel that have seen their appraisals increase higher than what mine have, that would see that bill
And
increase.
lower.
And lower, yeah, and lower.
and then
That would see it
you
increase.
contest it, and then there's like a whole process for doing that. But I feel like that's
Keep doing that.
everywhere.
I keep doing that. Sorry, guys.
But okay, no, I mean, now I'm clear
Well,
on my questions. I just wasn't
Councilman Bonner,
following.
let's real quick, let's go. I know Councilman Rossi Knox wanted to speak.
Yeah.
Go Councilman Rossi, and then Councilman Bonner will go to you next.
I think there's a lot of gloom and doom talk, and I mean, just speak to our crowd that we have here and those watching. I mean, how many people have lived here their entire lives up here? Just me. I mean, we talk about City on the Rise. We have a brand-new police department, working on a brand-new public works department, new city hall, neighborhoods popping up everywhere, a HEB development, lots of sales tax coming in, new restaurants, new businesses everywhere. It's rising regardless. I think the doom and gloom talk is a little depressing. My personal stance on, I mean, you asked why I did not vote for the tax increase. I got elected 72 days ago, and I told my voters, the people out there, that I am not going to vote for tax increases because that's what people want. Time and time again, per the polls, the people out there that put us in these positions are saying, when they're asked, do you want all of these new things? Are you willing to give up all of these new things if you have a lower tax rate or if you have the same tax rate? And that's what they're saying every time. So the people out there they're basically saying we're okay with not having these things if our tax rate stays the same. And so I'm not going to come in here and totally reverse that and go against what I just said 70 days ago. So, that's just my personal stance.
Is there, did we do a survey or something that collected, like, I would be willing to not have these things if the tax, I don't
seen
know.
several on Facebook.
Well, no, I saw some on Dan's page, but I mean, I just didn't know if there was or not. I mean, like, as someone who has to pay a MUD plus taxes plus everything else, like, trust me, I don't want to increase any taxes or anything. I was just trying to understand where you all were coming from, and now I get that the extra money that they're saying they need for personnel, you guys are saying no. But I understand now, like, I'm just, I mean.
How they got there.
Yeah, I mean, because before it just wasn't, I just kept hearing, yeah, give the 400 to this fund and give this because we can get it from somewhere else. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't, because to me, it sounded like they needed this and, y'all were saying, I mean, obviously I don't want it, but I'm also going to go for like the greater good. And I know that the max was 61 and no one went to that. The max we said would be 58 and then that still has to be voted on. So then it may be half a cent. I don't know. But all I know is that if that half a cent could help with the personnel, then it's like, okay.
I mean, if you.
It just, to me on paper, it sounds like I can say, oh, I didn't increase taxes, but then because like at the end of the day, like how much is that actually, that half a cent going to cost to then, to me, it just sounds like it's like on paper. Because obviously I don't want my taxes increased, but then also it's like.
I mean, we're all up here arguing about us. I mean, if people discuss, okay, if people want to go with 57, what are we talking about? 3 employees we're discussing about, and then if we go with 58, then we have 4 employees that we're talking about.
Let's break it
But
down.
they don't even want 4.
Guys, hold on a second. I want to make sure that we do stay organized while we have this discussion.
hang on.
Yeah.
So-
Well, hold on a second. Councilman Rossi was going, and then Councilman Bonner, he's been waiting patiently over there, and I said that we would come to him next. So I
Sorry.
want to make sure that we get to him, and then Councilman will go to you. No, you guys are good. I want to make sure we keep it organized.
I'm just coming from my own personal life. When you cut the fat, you find where there's fat and you cut it. And in my own personal life, if I don't have the money for something, I don't just go out and raise my customers' rent. I make it work, but we're on the cusp here. We have a lot of things happening on the other side of 288 and things that we know about. EDC is talking about a lot of new developments coming here. So I'm expecting, I'm expecting this, more tax money to be coming in soon. So that's just my stance.
Let's go to Councilman Bonner.
I'm going to forget.
Okay, one question.
I'm just saying, like, so we fund a new police department and we put that much money. Don't we have to get personnel to work the police department? You say city on the rise and, we have a new police department and new public works. Aren't we going to need more people to work the public works? It just doesn't make sense how, like,
Exactly.
it just
And I
doesn't make
have
sense to
questions
me.
like the difference in, because he mentioned someone for the jail, like what is the difference in a jailer and just an officer? Is there different qualifications, different training? Like those are questions that would give me some clarity on that as well. There's things about the employees that are being asked that's a little bit more in depth than just, we want to hire three new employees. What's the difference in someone that is an officer and a jailer?
Because we didn't have a jail before, right?
If you take a officer off the street to put him in that jail, it's not like he can go over there and stay there an hour and then go make a call. He's going to be there round the clock. Correct, Chief?
Yes and no.
That's the best way. In other words, we put ourselves at a risk if you don't have somebody there.
If there's nobody in the jail, there will be nobody in there.
Right.
The reason why we're asking for jailers is to keep officers on the streets.
Exactly.
Right now, the way we're having to do things, we have to transport to the county jail. It takes time to process DWIs, so on and so forth. You bring detention officers in. They are not certified peace officers. They're detention officers, and they will be trained as detention officers through a certified training class. They'll be the ones that will be handling the persons that come in. The officers will drop them off. They'll take care of the business. They're back on the street within 35, 40 minutes. Right now, it could be up to 6 hours if it's a DWI arrest. So the whole goal behind it is to get officers out on the street where they're needed instead of in the jail. And to what Councilman Bonner was talking about, if we don't have a detention staff in there, take from somebody, everybody's talking about personal experiences, let's talk personal experiences. When I was a patrol officer in Lake Jackson, I hated to have District 1 on Saturday and Sunday mornings. Why? Because District 1 is where the police station was, so I would take my gun belt off, hang it in my locker, and I'd work in the jail till about noon because we had to take care of all the prisoners that were in jail. If we have somebody in custody in the jail, yes, we have to have round-the-clock checks. We have to make sure that they're taken care of the way that the jail standards require them to be taken care of. So the detention staff would take that precedent or take that place where the officers would be out onto the streets. It's the same thing with our property and evidence technician. Right now, we have a Our detective sergeant that takes care of our property and evidence. That takes considerable time out of her day from investigating cases by taking care of property and evidence. You put a property and evidence technician in place, that puts that investigator investigating cases where she should be instead of taking care of the property and evidence. So every position we ask for has a reason and a purpose behind it, which allows other people to I don't want to say give up their duties, but it relieves them of some of the duties they're already assigned to and put them where it's the responsibility to where it should be to allow them to do the job that they've been hired to do, if that makes sense. The jail staff is a big part of that. You know, three detention officers really is not enough. I need a minimum of 4 with a supervisor, but the money doesn't allow us to do that. The reason why I say 4 is because that'll have a person on each shift when you have a patrol shift working. If we have a supervisor, they can handle and take care of if someone takes personal leave or calls in sick, then you have that person that'll be able to fill in, and we'll have somebody there 24 hours, 7 days a week. That's the reason why we're looking for that jail staff, or what we would call detention officers.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman Bonner, you had potentially some items.
I understand, and I don't want anybody to think I'm sitting here just planning on waiting 58. Oh, no. Okay. But the same people that told, and we have all done this when we ran for office, we have all told people that we don't want to raise taxes. We always have. Nobody wants to. But the same people that are telling you, and they tell you in their polls, that they wouldn't spend an extra $300 a year to be safe, that's because they're safe right now. We've got growing areas around us that are causing the potential that if we take an officer off the street right now, you've got 4 officers or 5 officers on the street per shift.
Yes.
So now you're taking 20% of his capability to stop crime and having to put him in a jail. Is that worth the $300 to you? It's not to me. I can, and this, every one of the departments has that priority. But safety, we've all said it, safety is our number 1 priority here. So I think at least we've got to find enough money to staff that part of it. Otherwise, we're going to be in a problem in another year. And then we're not going to be around to worry about it because everybody's going to be complaining that we let crime rise. You know?
Thank you, Councilman.
And I totally agree with that. And I just want to say, if it's not addressed now, it's just going to be pushed to the next year like it's been for the last 2 years. And I just don't think that that's necessarily fair as well.
Councilwoman Sarmiento, we'll go to you, and then we'll see if anyone else has anything to add.
Okay, because I don't have the information that you guys gave us on the rates and how much it is, can someone tell me, so the percentage of Brazoria County, right? We've got Alvin ISD, right? We've got Manvel City. What else do we have? MUDs. I have a ridiculous MUD I'd like to disband. Okay. I don't know how we can do that, but someone needs to do that, figure that out. What else do we have here? ESD. Okay, what else?
ACC in the county.
ACC County.
Yeah.
All right, Road and Bridge?
And then some people have the
Okay.
Freeport.
So what we're really talking about here, guys,
The port of Freeport.
In Manvel?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
do you have that? I don't have that.
We don't, but Bobby.
All right.
Bobby does. The M&O
Oh,
portion.
okay.
INS is still there, but
Okay, so we've got Alvin Community College, we have City of Manvel, we have our MUDs. If you're so fortunate to live in a nice neighborhood where they sold us mud. ESD, ACC, county. Okay, so in the grand scheme of things, the average homeowner is gonna see their taxes raise how much a year? You said $1,000 for you?
mine's projected to go up by $1,000 this year.
Total. And how much is your personal bill how much are you gonna save if we don't adopt a tax raise?
About $100.
$100.
You'll save $100?
So you will save $100 a year, breaks, and I assume you escrow.
From that, I'm sorry, let's clarify. My taxes are still going to go up by $161 to the city if we keep the tax rate flat at 56 cents.
That's where I was going.
All right,
But
so what is that, 161 times 12?
No, to the year.
For the year.
For the year.
Okay.
And then if we go to 58 cents, it increases it by roughly $100.
A year, another 100, so 200.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're talking about here is hypothetically, right now, if we adopt a no new revenue rate, just on the city side, your tax bill is going to be raised 126.
No, $62 a year is the rate.
For him. I'm just using his example.
Well, I'm just saying on the average.
On the average,
That's 56, it was $62 a year.
$62 for the whole year, just on the city portion. That's no new revenue. It's still,
That's maintaining 0.56.
that's what I'm saying.
Not no new revenue, that's way down. That's lower.
Okay. I know, but for math purposes and for people who are watching and for myself, so I have clarity. There goes that word, clarity. Okay. If we adopt a no new revenue rate, mayor and mine, probably because we live in the same neighborhood, our taxes are still going to increase roughly $1,000.
No, Crystal, no one's talking, the no new revenue rate is 53 cents.
Hang on. What I'm talking about is in the grand scheme of things, because Brazoria County raises the values, our projected tax bill for the entire year is projected to go up roughly $1,000 for the whole year. Brazoria County in total. So where did you get the 1,000?
If the entities adopt the rates that are being proposed, that's how it would go up $1,000. So like
Okay.
Alvin ISD is proposing of increasing their tax rate from $1.17 to $1.22. And so because of the proposed rates with the different budgets,
Because 35 million wasn't enough in their bond, or 80 million?
and because of, when you take the combination of the proposed tax rates, some tax rates are staying the same, some are going up, some are going down, in combination with the value increase. For my specific value, where it was at to what it's going to, is roughly would be $1,000 if everything gets adopted.
Okay.
What if, so I can follow her math, if it stayed at the number and it wasn't at 58, how much would it go to?
That's $1,000.
0.56.
At at 0.56, what you're saying
At
is
0.56, my tax bill to the city will go up $161. If
to the city.
To the city.
Okay,
If
let
the
me
tax bill,
let me break that down a little bit. So I assume you escrow, right? I don't. I write a check at the end of the year, and that hurts. Now, if it's escrowed, then you break that down to what?
Monthly payment.
Someone do the math. 62 divided by 12. I don't know that.
Five something.
Okay, so we're fighting over technically $5 a month.
Yeah, the difference between 58 cents and 56 cents on a $300,000 home is $60 a year, $5 a month.
So $60 a month. No, a
$5 a month.
year, an entire year on the grand scheme of things is what we're talking about. Okay. So, and that's just one portion here. And as a taxpayer, our entire tax bill is going to go up for Alvin, Mudd. Even if they adopt if they adopt their rates, the values are still going up. So that's where Brazoria County comes in, and that's why I keep telling people, go protest over there, because they keep raising values, and then everybody gets money, all these entities, and then we're sitting here fighting it out, duking it out, like, well, I can't hire 2 jailers because I don't want to go above the no new revenue rate, and Facebook's going to burn me because you adopted a 57 rate or 50. Really, it breaks down to $5 a month on average.
But it's not even really our county appraisal. It's the
we have no control over
legislation
that.
that controls them, okay?
Yeah.
Until that changes, and that's not going to change until more people get a voice and just say it's enough is enough, we're fighting over the part we can't control the most.
I say we raise the homestead exemption to 20%. And then, look how he looked at me like, don't you dare. That way we can have some money here, but I don't know how that would work out. Let me backstep there. But do you guys see where I'm going with this? Because I go home and I try to do this math, and I'm like, what are we really fighting about? Right? $60 a year on average. $1 million home, which we have some of those now.
It's I think an important clarification, Councilwoman, that's missed is it's not just the $60. What you have to take into consideration is the appraisal increase for your home, because what's proposed in the budget is if my home was valued at $300,000 last year and it's valued at $300,000 this year, what would the impact be increasing the tax rate from 56 cents to 58 cents? And that would be $61. Now, if your value drops, then your tax bill is going to drop, understandably, because your tax rate remained flat. Most homes see their value that go up.
Of course.
So that's where, to keep into mind and perspective, for my home, if we increase the tax rate to 58 cents, it would be $16 a month that I would see the increase. We have the.
What would you do with those $16 a month?
I would invest it into my kids.
Okay.
I mean, I'm being honest.
That's
I mean,
awesome.
it's costing me more to go to the grocery store, and we do it at our house now. We save it at the house now. It's because coffee's expensive. You're paying like $8 to $9 for a cup. That's why I just drink Monsters.
You've been spending $30 a day drinking coffee.
That's why Tammy and I drink Monsters. It's cheaper than a cup of coffee.
Those other rates you were mentioning, we have no control over those, right?
No.
So we're talking about strictly what we can control.
What can we control, exactly.
So we're talking about strictly what we can control while trying to keep in consideration the things we can't control. And what we can control, if worst case we went with the max, which was 58, would be $60. So glad you did that math, which would be like $5 a month. So we're saying that's why part of me, and I wasn't meaning it like in a shady way, but part of me felt like this is like, it's going against it on paper, because at the end of the day, we have a new jail. We're going to have a new public works. If they're telling us we need personnel and the personnel can only be paid from some type of increase or whatever, and we're talking about going back and forth at 9:39 p.m. over $5 a month for a city that is on the rise. That's why I was trying so hard to understand you all's point of view, because to me it's just like saying, oh, well, I told people I wouldn't do that, but like, yeah, but I'm sure if you broke it down and said, yeah, it's like we can't control any of these things, but what we can't control is this, and on average $300,000 is $5 a month, and that can get us some jailers so that we could have this and this. I really feel like if we brought that whole thing to Facebook, I feel like there would be some understanding there. And that was the last, because it's getting late, y'all.
Thank you for those
This is
comments,
good
Councilwoman.
discussion. I love it.
To summarize here, at our next council meeting, we'll look, Dan and Rosie, just to get an updated budget with some of these numbers that have been discussed. We'll get some summary breakdowns of the expenditures, where they're going, some more detailed breakdowns to Councilman Bonner's. Hey guys, council, let's have one conversation here, y'all. So you guys will give us a summary breakdown. To Councilman Bonner's point, you'll show us what you would exactly do if the tax rate of 57 cents was adopted, 58 cents was adopted. I didn't hear any necessarily pushback on the $400,000 vehicle replacement fund. It seems you need some clarity around that?
Well, you were going to write the numbers of where it was. Like, well, it's fine, guys.
Yeah, well,
I want to check into that more too.
I think that's what staff's going to cover, because these are.
I don't want to do that just to catch up, because it wasn't done last year or the year before, but then the money isn't there for personnel, but then we're going to, I don't know.
Yeah, so this is some of these are numbers that staff has found, that staff will kind of give us some summaries of what the money would be going towards, where the money's from. They'll make sure that we have that information, and we can support them in those efforts. And then, Tammy, just correct me if I'm wrong, that in order to adopt the tax rate, you need a supermajority, which would be 5 council members that you would need to vote for that, correct? Okay. That's an important thing to keep in mind for that. And so we'll get some more information, and Dan, Rosie, as soon as you guys can provide that, that'd be great. Council, I would encourage you, reach out to Dan and Rosie, get your questions answered. Let them know if you have specific items that you're looking for, and they'll make sure to come prepared with that information. Staff, lots of conversations been happening tonight around this. Are there any questions or comments that you guys would like to add as we wrap up this agenda item?
Are we allowed to ask to email Rosie ourselves directly, or we got to go through Dan?
Dan, I don't know if you heard that question.
Yeah, for inquiry, I mean, just email Rosie and just CC me on it, just so, yeah, because, yeah, that's totally fine.
Yeah, good question, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, council, we'll move.
Can I say something for the record?
Yeah, absolutely, Councilwoman.
Just want to say for the record, for anyone that has been listening to this conversation, is that, I'm not saying the $60, isn't coming from a place of like privilege, like, oh, $5 extra a month wouldn't be major for most people. I am, just like all of us, have jobs and, we are paying taxes, we have families, we have kids, then, there's a lot of other factors that come into it. But the same thing that they were saying down there is just that if it comes down to safety, and if we've already put $7 million or $10 million towards these new buildings, it just doesn't make sense to me that we spent that much money and then don't put in the effort to actually, supply people to work it. It seems like a plan halfway thought through. That's all.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So we will now head to mayor and council comments. Council, just 3 quick comments here. One, a sport team that we have that doesn't usually get a lot of shout outs. Our water polo team went 4-0 in a tournament out in San Antonio this past weekend. So we do have a men's water polo team at Manvel High School. Kudos to them. You might have received, council, an email from TML regarding the Texas Health Pool benefits, potential board appointments there. Councilman Bonner had reached out saying that he would love to be considered for that. I know that we're going to kind of talk about that and kind of see I've never seen this email come through before, so we'll figure out what the process is for that. I think that we would have to make a formal nomination as council for it.
Is it just one person?
It's just one person,
Okay.
yeah. So each city kind of puts forward one person. They would be interviewed by the board. Councilman Bonner?
I seriously want to sit down with Chad and discuss a couple of things. I've read up on it. As far as the qualifications they're kind of looking for. When I first saw it, I thought, well, I don't know nothing about that. But when I further read it, I think I do have some valuable insight that I could help. And I think it's very, very important that we get a person on that board, just so we have some input.
Councilman Bonner, thank you for reaching out about that. He called dibs, so first come, first serve there. So we'll kind of see what that process looks like. I'm not sure what it entails and what that would look like, but we'll get with you, Councilman, and see there. Last item, just to bring up here, you guys might have seen on social media conversations about our Manvel Cemetery and some spots where it maybe needs some TLC and some love. I'm going to work with Tammy here and reaching out. I've reached out to Lois Booth, going to reach out to Leah Daumelin, Kyle Marshkin, and others, see if we could set up a meeting to kind of understand who actually is taking care of the cemetery, who's keeping up with the records. Is there a way that we can form a group or 501c3 that can accept donations? How can we show some additional love to
Beautiful cemetery,
to the
if you haven't
cemetery?
been out there.
So much history that's there. So keep an eye out for that. Obviously, we can't have all of council involved. Would love to have some of you guys involved in that conversation, but I'll follow up with you, Tammy, about that to see. We might not be the ones to do it, but if we can bring people together to have a conversation, that cemetery has a lot of history there. So those are 3 comments that I have, council. Appreciate the time.
I have one comment.
Yes, sir.
If I can, the Northern Brazoria County Metro Go Texan is having a fall air and car show this year again. We had one 2 years ago out at Wolf Air Park. We're having it again this year on Saturday, October the 11th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Besides the cars, the last time we had it there, we had over 135 cars and right at 30 planes, helicopters, stuff like that. There's going to be food, games, helicopter rides, some flyover demonstrations, some skydivers, pretty good entertainment for everybody that day. So everybody in the city, please come out to it. I will be contacting Carl Lacey, because the committee has made a request of maybe she would want to come out there and do some of the same things she does to some of the other places, and ESD3 too. So.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilman. I was asked to MC the event, so I've been preparing jokes for it. So if you guys want to come and hear some dad jokes, you're welcome. Got a whole stand-up routine. We'll see how
Thought
this
you were
goes.
skydiving.
Yeah, hey, I wouldn't mind. I've done it once. Erica told me I can't do it again, but I would love to. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I just found out this past week that Manvel does not have a Cub Scout group, and I find that surprising. I don't know how somebody even goes about starting that, but like we say, city on the rise, but we don't have a Cub Scout group.
Are you sure?
I know some
That's
people.
what I've been told, is does not exist.
You typically have
stopped it?
to,
Yeah.
have to have a sponsor, typically. And then, once you have a sponsor, and typically the sponsors in the past have been churches and things like that, but they'll sponsor that program, and then you go through a vetting to find out who's going to be the, what do they call them now, the scout master of the something. I don't want to say the name because they've changed so much over the last couple of 5 years, but I can put you in touch with somebody that started one up, just to find out.
Yeah, I just feel there's a need there, so.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, if you and your lovely wife want to have another child, maybe you guys could start one. Kind of be the first ones, right?
I'll pass that on to her.
All right, council, any other comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
We have an adjournment motion from Councilman Bonner. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilwoman Sarmiento. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Thank you and good night.
10:30 came under.
Hey, we did good. I thought 11.
I thought it would be later too.
I'll take that.